Good evening, everyone. It's 6:32 p.m. and I'll now declare this meeting of the Town of Victoria Park Council is open. I'd like to begin with an acknowledgement of country. Nunjarapan wajak nunga budja yakan nidja bilya barduk. I'm honoured to be standing on Wajak Noongar country on the banks of the Swan River. Nan Kadich Noongar Mort Ken Kadak Nija Wajak Noongar Budja. Nan Kadich Nija Noongar Brudia Kora Yeye. Border Balapan Mordich Noongar Kadajan Mort Where Budja Yeye. I acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land and respect elders past, present and emerging, their continuing cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land, which continues to be important today. Nanyunka Balapan Noongar Brudia Where Mort Nija Budja. I thank them for the contribution made to life in the town of Victoria Park and to this region. Item 2 is announcements from the presiding member. 2.1, recording and live streaming of proceedings. In accordance with Regulation I of the Local Government Administration Regulations 1996, this meeting is being audio and video recorded and live streamed on the town's website. Under Clause 39, subsection 1 of the Town of Victoria Park's Meeting Procedures Local Law 2019, I do not give permission for any other person to record the proceedings of this meeting. By being present at this meeting, members of the public consent to the possibility that their image and voice may be live streamed to the public. Recordings of this meeting are also made available on the town's website following the meeting. 2.2, public question time and public statement time. There are guidelines that need to be adhered to in our council meetings, and during question and statement time, people speaking are not to personalise any questions or statements about elected members or town staff or use any possible defamatory remarks. In accordance with Clause 40 of the Meeting Procedures Local Law, a person addressing the council shall extend due courtesy and respect to the council and the processes under which it operates, and shall comply with any direction by the presiding member. A person present at or observing a meeting shall not create a disturbance at a meeting by interrupting or interfering with the proceedings, whether by expressing approval or dissent, by conversing or by any other means. When the presiding member speaks during public question time or public statement time, any person then speaking is to immediately stop, and every person present is to preserve strict silence so that the presiding member may be heard without interruption. As per our usual practice, there's a limit of 3 questions per person and 2 minutes allocated to individual statements, with 1 statement per person. If there are very few members of the public gallery present, we can be more flexible with those limits. They are intended to ensure fair and equitable opportunities for all members of the public to ask their questions and make their statements. In accordance with Clause 56 of the Meeting Procedures Local Law, both elected members and the public, when speaking, are not to reflect adversely on the character or actions of elected members or employees. We get to 2.5, which is the Mayor's Report, which covers March through to April 2026. So on the 19th of March, I attended a special council meeting of the Mindarie Regional Council, and that was for the purposes dealing with matters to do with the recruitment of a new CEO. On 20 March, I attended a breakfast with Local Government Insurance Services, LGIS, who are the town's insurers, which was hosted by the City of Belmont. We received a presentation on the many services that LGIS provide to the local government sector. On 25 March, I attended a Burswood Park board meeting. On 26 March, the Chief Community Planner, the Chief Operations Officer and I inspected the recently upgraded Corinthian Park Tennis Club with staff from the City of Canning and their local tennis club to learn about their project as part of the subsequent redevelopment of Higgins Park and the Higgins Park Master Plan. On 27 March, I attended the WA Local Government Association Mayors and Shire Presidents Forum, where we had presentations from the Minister for Local Government, the new Local Government Inspector and the new WOLGA President. On 30 March, I had a meeting with the Perth Inner City Group Mayors at the City of Perth, where Local Government Act reform, the work of local government monitors, waste management and the 40 km/h Safer Roads project were discussed. On the 2nd of April, the Chief Community Planner and I met with Sally Carbon, the incoming President of Hockey Australia, and Graham Reid, the CEO of Hockey WA, to discuss the new Australian Hockey High Performance Centre being built at Curtin University. On 7 April, the CEO and I met with Jonathan Seth, who is the new chairperson of the town's Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee, to discuss improvements to the committee's work plan and future issues to be included in revised terms of reference. On 8 April, I attended a Burswood Park board meeting in the morning. That afternoon, I chaired my first meeting of the South East Metropolitan Regional Roads subgroup, where we discussed the progress of government-funded road projects within the 7 local governments comprising the subgroup. On the 9th of April, I met with Mark Fitzpatrick, the CEO of PeopleKind, a not-for-profit organisation supporting people with disabilities based in Burswood. On the 16th of April, I attended the inaugural billy cart race at the Kensington PCYC as part of their school holiday program, which was run in collaboration with the Vic Park Men's Shed, who helped the students design and build the billy carts and then race them. I got to hold the checkered flag for both start of the race and finish of the race. And the WA Police were in attendance, and I can tell you now there were some students there that need some serious road safety education. That evening, I attended a special council meeting of the Mindarie Regional Council, which was to approve the job description for the advertisement for the new CEO recruitment. And on the 18th of April, I joined the East Victoria Park Street Art Walking Tour as part of the town's art season and got to check out some great murals and graffiti art in the town's laneways and streets. And later that afternoon, I held share with the Mayor at the library. So that concludes the Mayor's report. Item 3 on the agenda is attendance. We have all elected members in attendance. There are also a number of the town's executive officers and management in attendance, led by the CEO, Mr. Askew. We have no apologies and no approved leave of absence. Item 4 is declaration of interest. Mr. CEO, do we have any declarations of interest, please?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Yes, I have one item 17.2, Councillor Ingram, an impartiality interest with regard to the matters in item 17.2. As a candidate, I ran on a platform relating to weekly red bin collection. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly.
All right, thank you, Mr. CEO. Are there any other elected members who have an interest to declare? Councillor Biondi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a financial interest to declare on item 12.1. I have a financial interest with Urbanista.
And sorry, that's your employment with Urbanista, is that right?
That's right, thank you.
All right, thank you. If we could get you to submit that through in writing at the end of the meeting, that would be great. Thank you for that noted. Are there any other elected members who have an interest they need to declare? Not seeing any indications at this stage, but just a gentle reminder for elected members, if you think you do have an interest that needs to be declared, you'll need to do that before the item comes up for discussion and debate. Thank you. Item 5 on the agenda is public question time, which I now open at 6:40 p.m. I do have an indication that we have a couple of people in the gallery who've also indicated they'd like to ask questions. I'll deal with the people whose names are listed on my list first before then asking if there's anyone else in the gallery who'd like to ask questions. So when I call your name, if you please come forward to the centre and press the microphone on, state your name and your suburb, please, which is a requirement under our meeting procedures local law. First on the list, Vince Maxwell.
Good evening. Vince Maxwell, Victoria Park.
Sorry, Mr. Maxwell, I didn't realise we were going to have the sounds of vacuum cleaner in the background, but we'll just make sure we can get the doors to the council chamber closed or that noise temporarily suspended so we can hear you.
Okay. I've got some questions relating to item 13.1. I'm just referring to the town's proposed submission to WELGA, requesting that mitigation measures be included in its climate change advocacy paper. I'll just note that the town has spent millions of ratepayers' dollars on climate-related incentives or initiatives since the council declared a climate state of emergency in 2018. So, given this level of investment, can the town specify the actual metrics it uses to measure the success of its climate mitigation actions? And in particular, I'm referring to, does the town monitor any physical environmental indicators within its boundaries, such as air temperature, local CO2 concentrations, urban heat temperature trends, or other measurable climate variables?
Yes, thank you. I refer that question to the Chief Community Planner, Mr Doy.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon, and thanks for the question, Mr Maxwell. Without this being an exhaustive list, the answer is yes, we do measure all sorts of things that do have a relationship to the climate change, and that includes some of the data points that you've just mentioned. So we do collect information around air temperature and the urban heat island effect, where we collect information around mode shift, which is to do with the amount of people who are driving cars versus catching public transport, walking and cycling, which has a direct relationship to emissions. There's a long list of data that we are collecting, which tells us a range of different information, but it is related to climate change as well.
Thanks, Mr Doy. I notice also that we've got some air quality monitors in the town with RAC, one of which sits right out here, and there are some others in the town. Is that data that's fed back to us as well about the quality of our air?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. The RAC initiative is, from my understanding, is publicly available data. Yep.
Your next question, Mr Maxwell?
Just to clarify, when you say collecting information, can you just confirm if the town undertakes any direct real-world measurements, or is it relying on modelled data?
Mr Doy?
With relation to the, thanks Mayor Vernon, thanks for the question. With relation to the urban heat island effect and air temperature, we team up with the City of Canning biannually, and we have a plane go up into the sky and undertake a series of mapping. I'm not going to talk about how that works because that would be foolish of me, but that is real-time data on our canopy that gives us information on temperature and urban heat island as well. All information that we collect around mode shift is a combination, and that is again to do with people using private vehicles, public transport, walking and cycling. That's a combination of data that comes from either the state government or data that we collect ourselves.
Do you have another question, Mr Maxwell?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Along the same issue, so what benchmarking has the town undertaken to compare its climate outcomes with neighbouring local governments that have not adopted similar climate emergency policies?
Mr Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. To give a proper answer, I'd have to take that on notice.
We'll take that on notice. Thanks, Mr Maxwell. I do note that is your 3 questions, Mr Maxwell. How many more questions did you have?
One more, if I could.
All right, thank you, because I do have someone else on the list. Thanks.
Carbon offsets. So given that a significant portion, it's more than half, of the town's pathway to net zero by 2030 relies on buying carbon offsets, so we are paying someone to reduce carbon emissions somewhere else, not in Vic Park. What due diligence processes are in place to ensure the integrity, the additionality and permanence of those offsets?
I think we need to take that on notice, Mr Maxwell, but if my recollection of the climate emergency plan serves me well, it had a specific provision in it that we could not seek to have more than 50% of our reduction of carbon emissions come from a carbon offsets program. But we'll take your question on notice. Thanks.
50% is significant.
No, I said less than. So I understand that you think 50% is significant, but we'll take your question on notice. I did say it was my recollection of the climate emergency plan. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list, and I'm hoping I've got this right, Jackson Ladyman.
Yes, that's me.
Perfect. I got it right.
Vernon.
Thank you.
I wasn't really going to ask a question tonight. I don't know how to pose it as a question as opposed to a statement.
Before you go further, can I just get you to say your name and suburb into the
sorry,
microphone,
yes.
please, for the record?
Jackson Ladyman, Short Hill. I'm also not from the jurisdiction
That's more than
or
fine.
the
No
legalese.
requirement for you to come from our area to ask
Excellent, but
questions.
I am hoping to get more involved, sorry to speak over you there, in my own local council, which is City of Stirling. And where's the money at? Nah, just kidding. The question is, it is trying to find money on sort of like a sincere level or whatever. But Sky here, sorry, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to address somebody or whatnot.
You aren't allowed to address an individual councillor. It has to be addressed through me. And
Yeah.
in the course of the meeting, it's Councillor Cruiser. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. I wasn't sure on the pronunciation there. So I guess Council Cruiser may be looking to get a initiative that is city biodiversity motivated, which is City Nature Challenge. So I'm hoping that she can get backing for that, Councillor Cruiser, and we can work together next year at the same time.
So do you have a question that you'd like to ask us about this? Because I note that you're listed down to both ask questions and make a statement. So public statement time is the next item on our agenda.
Yeah, there was 2 questions in there. So
happy
how
to hear
can
your
I
question.
make that happen for this year on such a short notice, because it happens this weekend? So I have tried to find, they provide training where they direct you to do this or digitally through American organisations, so it's different here. And I've been having trouble to do that. So if you have any sorts of events calendars, may I have that scheduled for this weekend, please?
Okay, so you've probably got me at a bit of a disadvantage because I don't think I'm familiar with the initiative that you're referring to.
Yeah,
but if
that's
you are
fine.
referring to an initiative that is going to occur this weekend
Yeah.
coming,
Yeah.
and you're seeking town support or funding for that,
Yeah.
I would say it would be incredibly unlikely that we would be able to do anything, certainly not in terms of funding, because we have community grant funding programs
Yes.
that are usually available and are advertised, generally speaking, twice a year for people to apply for funding. We do have sponsorship that we will consider throughout the year, but people who are seeking sponsorship from the town will need to submit a sponsorship application that sets out the criteria.
Yeah.
The details for our sponsorship program and our community funding is all contained on the town's website, so you need to look and see if you're eligible to apply for it. And you may not be, but when it comes to things like support for particular projects, as you might imagine, we work on an annual budget, so we try to plan what we're going to do a year in advance.
Yes.
Which is why trying to pivot at really short notice to either provide financial support, in-kind support, or even theoretical support becomes really difficult if we have a request made to us at very short notice.
Yeah, that's okay. It's an ongoing entity, so
Can I make a suggestion? Can you send
certainly.
an email through?
Yep.
You're welcome to speak to our council liaison officer, who sits over in the corner, who took your name,
Behind you
and
there,
give
Scar.
her your email address, because I
Yeah,
know
no
we have
worries.
it here, which I think is your name at gmail.com.
That's correct. Yes.
If you're able to send an email to myself and or councillors, all of our email addresses are on the town's
That'd be
website.
fantastic.
We would be more than happy to investigate with the town by asking a series of questions to them during business hours about what it is you're proposing and try to get back to you very quickly.
No worries. That'd be awesome.
Yep. All right. Any other questions that you had for us tonight?
Does the City of Stirling have a climate emergency response program?
So unfortunately, I don't think I can answer that hand on heart on behalf of the City of Stirling. I've never
No
actually
worries.
looked to see if they have a climate emergency plan or a climate statement, but something says to me that they do have a position and it will be on their website.
Yep.
So I seem to recall that they've got some position with regard to climate change. What it
great.
is and how they roll it out, I'm really not sure of, but I'm pretty sure all the details will be on their website. Otherwise, very welcome to contact a City of Stirling councillor or the mayor there.
I'll be there next week.
Sounds good. I'm sure they'll be looking forward to it.
I just find it funny how everyone says check out the website and how much information one website contains these days.
Unfortunately, it is a good receptacle of a lot of information, but
It's fantastic.
it might not be what
Are
you're
you
looking for.
attending the WA Digital Inclusion Project seminar this Thursday?
Unfortunately, no, I have other commitments on this Thursday, but
well,
thank you for mentioning it.
One of the councillors can attend.
Perhaps
Sorry.
they will be able to. Thank you.
No worries, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other questions from members of the public in the gallery? No, there being no other questions, I'll close public question time at 6:52 p.m. Item 6 on the agenda is public statement time. And so I'm going to open that now at 6:52 p.m. And again, we have some people who've indicated they like to make a statement. And I'm firstly going to call on John Bissett. If you'd like to come forward, please, and state your name and suburb, and we'll look forward to hearing your statement.
Good evening, everybody. My name's John Bissett, East Victoria Park. I'm here representing the Victoria Park South Perth and Region RSL, which is at Fred Bell Parade in East Victoria Park. I'm currently the treasurer of the association, which I've been for around about 4 or 5 years. The association is a registered charity reporting to relevant authorities. The association is currently on a peppercorn lease of 5 years, for which we thank the council. Some of you may be aware that the building we occupy was partly funded by the then Victoria Park RSL itself. We made an approach some months ago for the council to fund a solar system on the roof of the facilities. Your response was understandable considering the number of buildings and community-owned buildings across the town. Being a charity, reoccurring costs can be a bit of a burden on our bottom line. Our electricity bill is about $3,000 a year. Now, this amount, $3,000, is probably equal to some domestic households across the town. But the charity, which is based on volunteers, requires quite a number of chook raffles to raise that amount of money. The Victoria Park, South Perth and Regional RSL is seeking a council resolution in the near future to increase our lease from 5 years plus 10 years after the completion of an installation of a solar and battery system at the RSL Hall. The Victoria Park, South Perth and Regional RSL will fully fund the solar system, batteries and installation. I'll repeat that again. The RSL, Victoria Park, South Perth, will fully fund the solar system and batteries and installation. We expect to liaise with council officers throughout the process and other authorities. The reason for the extension to 10 years lease is to gain a return on our investment. We expect that a large portion of the energy generated by the system will be fed into the grid. This installation will reduce our carbon footprint. One of our members has a domestic system and it is estimated the savings of planting 3,700 trees and CSO reduction of 18 tonnes over the last 5 months. We have funds available to complete the project due to our prudent investment over the last 5 years. We have not sought any prices for the installation. This will happen after the Town of Victoria Park's resolution on the increase in the lease period. Thank you for the opportunity to put this forward. We look forward to your consideration on this matter. I would like to extend an invitation to all councillors and to the Mayor to attend our open door morning tea every Wednesday. This event has been operating for over 10 years. If you wish to attend, please call Leroy so we can add another biscuit. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mr Bissett. Appreciate very much the sentiment in your statement, and I've no doubt the Chief Operations Officer will take that on board.
I've got copies of this to give them.
Thank you. We do actually have copies of it here, so thank you for that. Very much appreciate your time in coming. Now, the next person on the list was Jackson Ladyman to make a statement, but I noted he's already left, so I think he must have considered he'd sort of made his statement. Is there anyone else in the public gallery who wishes to make a statement for public statement time? No, there being no one, I'll declare public statement time is closed at 6:57 p.m. Thank you. Item 7 on the agenda is confirmation of minutes and receipt of notes from any agenda briefing forum. The officer recommendation is that Council 1 confirms the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on 17 March 2026, 2 confirms the minutes of the special council meeting held on 10 March 2026, 3 confirms the minutes of the special council meeting held on 23 March 2026, and 4 confirms the minutes of the special council meeting held on 31 March 2026, and 5 receives the notes of the agenda briefing forum held on 7 April 2026. Can I call please for a mover and a seconder for the officer's recommendation? That is moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Cruiser. Is there any dissent? No, there being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 8 is presentation of minutes from external bodies. There are none this month. Item 9 is presentations. 9.1 petitions, there are none. 9.2 presentations, there are none. 9.3 deputations, there are none. Item 10 is method of dealing with agenda business. The recommendation is that the following items be adopted by exception resolution and the remaining items be dealt with separately. Elected members, when I read these out, if you wish to have any of these items removed from the exception resolution list, you need to do so before I seek a mover and seconder. So the first one is 11.1 Council Resolution Status Report March 2026. Item 13.1 Town of Victoria Park submission on the 2026 Western Australian Local Government Association Climate Change Advocacy Position. 14.1 Financial Statements February 2026. 14.2 Statement of Accounts February 2026. On the basis that they're the items to be dealt with by exception resolution, can I seek please a mover and seconder for those items? That's moved Councillor Minson, seconded by Councillor Cruiser. Going to ask formally, is there any dissent? No, there being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Item 11 is Chief Executive Officer Reports. Item 11.1 has already been dealt with by exception resolution. Item 11.2 is outcomes from the annual meeting of electors from 16 March 2026. The officer recommendation is that Council 1 receives the minutes of the 2026 annual electors meeting held on Monday 16 March 2026 as contained in attachment 1, and point 2 considers the decisions made at the annual meeting of electors held on 16 March 2026 as contained within the body of the report. Can I seek a mover and a seconder, please, for the officer's recommendation? That's moved Councillor Cruiser, seconded Councillor Minson. Councillor Cruiser, do you wish to be heard at this stage as the mover of the motion? Councillor Minson, did you wish to be heard as the seconder?
Just briefly, to if any community members watching tonight, from me anyway, thank you for putting the effort in to come along to the annual meeting of electors, and thank you for all your well considered motions. And we appreciate hearing from the community as it helps us all do our job, I think. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Councillor Minson. Councillor Cruiser, I understand you wish to move an amendment to this item. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. What I understand is that you're seeking to move one single amendment that has multiple sub-points in it, and then to seek to have each of those points voted on separately. I've given consideration to that proposal and to the fairness and otherwise of dealing with it in that way. And I've also sought advice from governance. And whilst I consider that moving it as one amendment means that you only need to seek one seconder, it does then mean that each individual elected member only gets to speak once on all of the matters, and you're seeking 6 sub-points, which is going to notionally limit their time to 5 minutes for speaking unless they get an extension of time, and I'm not sure how elected members are going to be able to speak to the different items. So it seems to me that the better way to proceed is that you move each of your amendments individually, and that way I can seek a seconder for those, and then they can be dealt with on their merits. And some people may not wish to speak on some items and they may wish to speak on others, but it seems to me that that will probably be likely the way that we will get fairness for people to have an opportunity to be heard. So that's my determination for procedurally how we'll do it. So I'll seek to have you move your amendment in relation to the first point, and we'll go from there, noting that there are some people who've got questions that they want to ask.
Thank you. I would like to move that we add the following points to the recommendation after point 2. 3, Council directs the CEO to initiate a speed zoning application for Hillview Terrace by technical staff, with Hillview Terrace to be considered for inclusion in the 40 km/h Safer Speeds project, or for speed limit change to 50 km/h.
All right, so I'm seeking from you a reason for this amendment, please.
Yes, this refers to motion 4, where there was a request for a number of changes to make Hillview Terrace safer. Given that there's significant community interest in slowing traffic on this street, it makes sense to investigate including Hillview Terrace in the existing Safer Speeds project, or at the very least for a speed limit reduction, given that its location is next to a park, next to the Elizabeth Bailey precinct, and also that there's been advocacy by the school community for a safer road here to facilitate students getting safely to school.
All right, thank you. Can I seek a seconder, please, for this proposed amendment? I haven't received a seconder so far. All right, so Councillor Gordon-Manley, is your voting not working either? All right, same for you, Deputy Mayor Miles. So can I ask both elected members, have you closed out of Docs on Tap and reopened to refresh the system? All right, because I'd like to get this sorted out now. I don't wish to be asking the same thing for each amendment and then finding that elected members don't have access to the system. All right, Councillor Gordon-Manley, your vote has come up and registered, so we have you as the seconder for this item. Councillor Cruiser, do you want to speak to this item? All right, thank you. Councillor Gordon-Manley, do you want to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon, and thank you for telling me to turn it off and on again. Who knew it was that simple? I would like to speak to it succinctly. Thank you. I'm generally supportive of lots of these amendments because there's one central pillar, which is our electors have come to us, our electors have advocated directly to us, and they've sat in the audience and had the support of their community. And we as a group really need to listen and try and engage with them as much as we can on these aspects. So if that's stated in relation to motion 4 particularly, I support this amendment because it responds directly to active community-led advocacy. But the central pillar being that this position is near schools, it's near parks, it's near a growing precinct, and when residents are identifying safety issues, it really deserves serious weight. Councillor Krosner's amendment here or adjustment allows us to rationally review it. It respects the strong community concern and it allows a professional assessment to guide what is to come next, so it's not a full commitment either. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Gordon-Manley. So what I'm going to do with this is ask if there are any questions, because obviously we received notification of the wording of these amendments late today, so there hasn't been much of an opportunity for elected members to ask any questions. Are there any questions in relation to this first one? Because I know that I have some questions. Councillor Minson, you indicated first, then I'll come to you, Deputy Mayor Miles.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Just seeking clarification from the town on, I guess, the process that would arise after this request. Does the town undertake, I guess, that review and application, or is it a request to Main Roads to undertake the technical review?
All right, I'm going to inquire about the speed zoning application, which I assume is what you're referring to the Chief Community Planner, Mr. Doy.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Thanks for the question, Councillor Minson. I'm going to answer this question in the context of the work that we're undertaking at the moment, which is the Safer Speeds project. But if there is more general procedural information that you're asking after, I might defer to the COO in terms of how we deal with Main Roads for speed zone applications. But there is...
Sorry, Mr. Doy, before you go further, I did understand that Councillor Minson's question was how do we deal with the speed zoning application to Main Roads? So what did you want to know how it works with the Perth Inner City Group project 40 kilometres, or do you want to know how it is a speed zoning application to Main Roads? Councillor Minson, just so that I can save Mr. Doy answering a question that he wasn't asked.
Thank you. Yeah, if that is a different process, then I'd like to get an understanding of both. And I guess in context, I'm looking, I guess, what is the resource implication to the town with the question. Okay,
so I'll go to Mr. Doy then for the Safer Speeds project, and then I'll come to Ms. Labicus for a speed zoning application to Main Roads.
Thanks. And so the reason I bring it into the context of Safer Speeds, it would be unlikely that we would apply in a different way because this opportunity is before us with the speed reduction, and so the process for it is that we would test Main Roads' appetite to include Hillview as a distributor road as part of the overall Safer Speeds project. And in testing that, we would, through our consultant support, make a case for Hillview and provide some level of justification. Main Roads, as part of the overall project, would determine, along with other distributor roads from the town, whether they should be considered for 40 kilometres or not. and then we would go through a process of preparing lines and signs drawings and then submitting those to Main Roads for assessment and approval. Yep.
All right, thanks, Mr. Doy. That's the process for the Safer Speeds project. Ms. Labicus, for a speed zoning application for a single road.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon, and thank you for the question. So we actually do an initial pass to understand the speeds that are being, achieved on that road and look at the likelihood of success of an application. So once we've done that assessment, then it goes, we apply to Main Roads, who will then do a further assessment.
And Ms. Labicus, is the same process in part that Mr. Doy referred to for developing up some sort of designs where the speed signs and that sort of thing are to be located on the road? Do we do that work to present it as part of a speed zoning application?
Yes, we do lines and signs on the back end of any changes, and Main Roads assess that, and we work with them around where to place the signage and other things.
Okay. Councillor Minson?
Thank you. Clarify that. So if the town in its first instance makes the assessment that, say, 50k an hour is more applicable than 40 for Hillview Terrace, it would go to, I guess, the Main Roads process rather than sit with. So we're doing one or the other, determining on the, I guess, the initial pass by the town.
Mr. Doy was nodding, so I'm assuming he's going to say that is what would happen. That would be the first part of it. That would be the first pass that Ms. Labicus referred to before it goes to the Safer Speeds project. Is that right?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Not necessarily, because we are in the process of considering all of our streets as part of the Safer Speeds project. We would test that with Main Roads in the context of that project, and that wouldn't have a resourcing implication to the town. However, if Main Roads were of a mind to not include that as a distributor road, and then we would subsequently consider that as a reduction from 60 to 50, that would be the subject of its own process that the Chief Operating Officer outlined. Yep.
Anything further, Councillor Minson?
Not at this stage, thanks.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor Miles, you had a question?
Yes, so since these amendments were first circulated, we obviously found out that we got the federal funding for the 40-kilometre trial program to go ahead. So the 40-kilometre, that's for all local roads and no distributor roads currently? Is that what has been sort of funded and that's what we're progressing?
Mr. Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. The starting point is for all local roads, local access roads under the Main Roads road hierarchy. Main Roads are very open to considering distributor roads for inclusion on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, and Vic Park is not the only local government that's doing this. So are all of the inner city groups going to look at their distributor roads?
Mr. Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Yes, all inner city local governments or local governments part of the Perth inner city group are considering their distributor roads for inclusion.
Okay, and reading the report, my understanding was, and I think Councillor Minson kind of maybe asked this, so we basically go to Main Roads with this kind of request of like 40 or 50, but ultimately they look at it and then they will decide yes or no. So we're basically just kind of asking the question. That's basically what this is asking. Is that right? And then they will determine whether that's appropriate or whether it's suitable, rather than us dictating kind of.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor Miles, it might need to be clarified. It appeared to me that you were asking Mr. Doy, were we going to Main Roads and asking them would they agree to 40 kilometres or 50 kilometres, but then you added in the extra, was that what this was saying? So I'm not sure that Mr. Doy can definitively say what this is saying, because that's really a question for Councillor Cruiser, but Mr. Doy can definitely say whether or not we're going to Main Roads for 40 or 50 kilometres. Mr. Doy.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Yes, we can, as part of the Safer Speeds project, inquire and test Hillview as a distributor for inclusion to 40 kilometres. But that will also be based, dependent on the decision tonight, of course, that would be based upon our technical review as well. If the decision tonight was for it to be considered for 40 kilometres, then we would just do that. We would go to Main Roads and ask for it to be included as part of the Safer Speeds project.
Yeah, just to clarify. So I think, my question was just, we would ask them to consider it and provide some data or whatever, but ultimately they would, they'd be like yes or no. Okay, cool, thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Miles. Councillor Cruiser, do you have a question?
I actually have a clarification, as I know I've sent several drafts of this around to governance, and I intended for this to say directs the CEO to investigate instead of to initiate, to make it clearer that this sits with the town to consider whether we include this in the Safer Speeds or whether we request 50k an hour.
All right. So you're looking to change the wording now from initiate to investigate. Before we finish that, then I'll ask you some questions. I had some difficulty understanding what you were asking to be done, and now that I've heard the questions and answers from the staff, it appears to me that what you're proposing has multiple parts to it. So I'm wanting to understand, do you want the town to consider requesting Hillview Terrace to be included in the 40 kilometre Safer Speeds project, or are you actually asking for two things: a speed zoning application for Hillview Terrace to either have its speed changed to 50 kilometres an hour, is that if it doesn't get up in the 40 kilometre an hour speeds project? Looks to me like there's multiple actions in there that could be either or. So I'm trying to get clarification of what it is that you're trying to seek to have done.
What I'm doing is I'm directing the CEO to ask town staff to consider whether the most appropriate path in responding to this motion is to aim for 50 kilometres an hour or to aim for this inclusion. So if this is passed, my intention is that staff can decide either we'll aim for including this in the 40 kilometre per hour Safer Speeds project, or if they prefer, they will investigate 50 kilometres an hour along Hillview Terrace. It leaves it in the staff's hands which of those pathways, but either way, the intention of the motion put forward by not just point 1 of motion 4, but the intention of the entire motion 4 is very clearly to get a safer version of Hillview Terrace that more easily allows for active transport.
All right, Councillor Cruiser, I don't need you to make the argument about why it is that you're putting forward. I'm trying to get clarification on what you're putting forward. So that's what we're trying to get to at the moment. And the current information provided by the town staff indicates there are two separate processes. One is a speed zoning application made to Main Roads, standalone for Hillview Terrace. The other one is simply including Hillview Terrace with a advocacy position, I guess, to request Main Roads to consider it as part of the 40 kilometre an hour. Clearly that's a reduction of either 10 kilometres an hour off that road or 20 kilometres an hour. What you're now saying is you want the CEO to investigate it being reduced either by 10 kilometres or by 20 kilometres, and for the CEO to work out which one is the best option. Is that a fair summary of what you're seeking to get to?
Yes, that's a fair summary of what I'm seeking to get to.
All right. So I'm not sure that I think that your wording currently gets there, because at the moment directing the CEO means getting them to do something, and it looks like you're now changing it to they are not initiating a speed zoning application, but they're going to investigate. Are they to investigate a speed zoning application as well as putting Hillview Terrace into the 40 kilometre Safer Speeds project, or are they going to see if it can be 40 kilometres, and if that doesn't work, then go to 50 kilometres, or do they just get to choose that it could be 50 kilometres and forget the 40?
I'm content that if the staff believe that we should merely aim for 50 kilometres, that they can make that choice.
All right, so I guess my questions then are, Ms Labicus, based on the current wording of the amendment, how do you understand you're going to begin your process? Are you going to make an assessment of whether it should meet the test for 50 kilometres an hour? Or are you going to say, we'll wait and see if it gets through the 40 kilometres and then we'll decide whether we're initiating a speed zone application for 50 kilometres?
In the first instance, we'd need to put some traffic counters out there and have a look at what the speeds are, so that we could then understand what the risks are and work through what I guess the most viable outcome is and the likelihood of success, and pop it through that process.
All right, thank you. Mr Doy, the 40 kilometre an hour safer speeds project, whereabouts are we at with that now that we've received word that we've received the funding for the signs and whatnot? Are we at the stage where our roads are ready to be submitted to that project for consideration?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Yes, we've received an announcement of half of the funding. We're waiting on an announcement for the other half, so that is still pending, but we proceed with confidence, and that means that we are in the process of working with Main Roads right now on the streets that will potentially be included in the overall signs and lines package that will be submitted to Main Roads on the event we are successful with the funding for their assessment. Yep.
So based on Ms Labicus's answer that the first step would now appear to be, if this resolution were passed by Council in terms of the amendment from Councillor Cruiser, is that there would be traffic counting done on the street and then there would be subsequent assessment about the 50 kilometres an hour. And would that mean if an assessment was done by the town staff that it's 50 kilometres an hour and it's a speed zoning application, it then wouldn't go in your 40k project, or you would try for in the 40k project irrespective of the outcome of speed counting? Like, it seemed to me from Ms Labicus's answer, the town would start with doing traffic counting on that street to try and build up the knowledge base about the road. Mr Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Probably, to be fair to myself and to the CIO, it's probably better for us to have that type of conversation between ourselves rather than through you at a council meeting. It's quite difficult. I think that there's a range of different options that we could take. There's historic speed data that we may use to make an assessment, or we may, after conversation, reach the conclusion that counters are required to form a proper view. I don't know the exact answer. If in the instance where we did want to deploy traffic counters to understand speeds and volumes, we would need to do that to fit in with the Safer Speeds project. We would need to do that straight away to then feel confident, if we were to take that path and felt that we needed that, to feel confident in making a case to Main Roads for Hillview to be included in the Safer Speeds project.
All right, so my follow-up question then is for either yourself or Ms Labicus, what is the staff resourcing, including any external funding that would be needed, to either do an individual speed zoning application for 50 kilometres an hour and including it in the 40 kilometre hour safer speeds project? Anybody in a position to answer that? And given what you said, Mr Doy, about it needing to be done immediately, what are the ramifications in terms of our ability to do that immediately and add that work in? Anyone? Mr Doy?
I can answer in the context of the Safer Speeds project. So if we were to contemplate Hillview and we were to take an approach where we're using historic speed data for Hillview that had been collected, I'm inferring that we have that. We may not. But if we do have that, then we could include that in the Safer Speed project using the consultant that we have on board to assist us with no impact to our resourcing and funding. If, however, we needed to undertake the traffic counts because we didn't have that data, or we felt that it was critical to make an informed decision and justification of main roads, that would take some resourcing and funding, which COO might be able to provide a better indication of what that would be.
Ms Libicus?
Depending on, so we do hold a number of traffic counters ourselves, and depending on where they're deployed and what they're deployed for, we either redeploy those or we get an external consultant to deploy theirs. And then it's the traffic engineer that will do the evaluation and prepare the application to main roads.
All right, thank you. All right, are there any further questions about this item? Deputy Mayor Miles?
So I've realised that I probably didn't articulate my question well before, and when you were speaking, Mayor Vernon, I understood, I think, a bit differently. So I think what I was asking was, I know it says 40 kilometres in the title, but if we go to main roads under the 40 kilometres program, can they come back and say, you can't have 40, but you can have 50, or is it 40 or nothing? That was kind of more my question. Do we go to main roads with a proposal and they come back with something else, or is it 40 or nothing and then the separate, 50 or nothing? Or could they do 50 as part of the 40?
Mr Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Yeah, I understand the question. I don't know what main roads will say or offer as part of that project, and we would have to test that with main roads. I don't know.
Any further questions from anyone with regards to the proposed amendment? So if there are no further questions, I'm going to formally ask, is there any dissent in regards to this proposed amendment? Not seeing any indications, but I'm going to speak in opposition to what's being proposed. So I would have been content if it was a request for Hillview Terrace to be considered for inclusion in the 40 km/h Safer Speeds project. Based on the information from the town staff that we are well advanced with that project, we have an external consultant on hand, and it appears with no additional resourcing we can add this road into it. We know that we are working quickly to try and get our roads up into that project now that we have significant amount of the funding. So I think that's something that could be done and potentially be very impactful very quickly versus a proposal that we approve the town to do a speed zoning application that will require some external funding that currently is unknown to us and therefore will take a longer period of time. And if it has budgetary consequences, we haven't received a proposal for this amendment to come with a budget allocation from Councillor Cruiser, so it's difficult to know how we would be able to do that or when we would be able to do it. So I don't consider at the moment the proposed amendment really clearly creates a pathway to achieve what the member of the public wanted, which was a reduction in the speed limit on Hillview Terrace, noting it's a very long road, runs all the way from Shepparton Road all the way back down to, I think, past Jarrah Road down to Hayman Road in Bentley. So for those reasons, I'd have difficulty supporting it as it currently stands. If, however, the mover of the motion was prepared to say that we should proceed with trying to get Hillview Terrace in the 40 km/h Safer Speeds project, because that's obviously a better speed than 50 kilometres, and we try to go with that and see how we go, that's something that can always then be revisited later if it's unsuccessful. That would be something that would attract my support. So that's my position. Is there someone who now wishes to speak for the amendment as it currently stands? Anyone else who wishes to speak against? Councillor Minson.
After hearing the commentary and the answers to our questions, similar position to you, Mayor Vernon, that I think is an appropriate first step, that we apply for the Safer Streets project to review the speed limit, and posing subsequent to that outcome, maybe yes, maybe no, we can then look at potentially a separate application. I think it sounds like a good process to me.
Thanks, Councillor Minson. Councillor Cruiser, you have a question?
Given that I added the provision to consider a 50-kilometre speed limit precisely because Councillor Minson had indicated he was not sure about the 40-kilometre/hour speed limit, and I've had no indication from any other elected member that they have a strong preference for investigating a 50-kilometre/hour speed limit. I'm very content, unless there are any objections from other elected members, to delete the reference to 50 kilometres per hour. But if there are objections, then we can consider that further.
Well, at the end of the day, Councillor Cruiser, it is up to you. It is your amendment. You've obviously heard from 2 speakers against. There may not be other speakers. People might just be preparing that they're going to cast their vote, so you won't necessarily know what they think. Noting that the version you circulated to us last week didn't refer to 50 kilometres. That actually came out in the version this afternoon. So there might have been some people who haven't had much chance to consider the impact of the 40 versus the 50. So if you would like to change the wording of it to delete the speed limit change to 50 kilometres an hour, and that would be the amendment you move, and if your seconder is happy with that, that's a matter that I have to leave in your hands if that would secure you the support you're looking for.
I'm very content to delete the reference to 50 kilometres per hour.
All right, so this would be to take off the words "or for speed limit change to 50 kilometres per hour." Is that fair enough?
Council directs the CEO to investigate a speed zoning application for, yes, so delete, Council directs, leave it as Council directs the CEO to consider Hillview Terrace for inclusion in the 40 kilometres per hour Safer Speeds project.
All right, I think we're going to get that brought up onto the screen. If you're happy with those wording, Councillor Cruz, I'll ask Councillor Gordon Manley if he agrees. All right, so the seconder agrees to that revision to what's proposed for the amendment. So on that basis, I will ask again, is there any dissent to what is now proposed? Noting that there is, we'll hear from those who are in dissent. No, I'm seeing no indication of dissent, so on that basis, we'll declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, Councillor Cruiser, your next proposed amendment.
I move that we add the following points to the recommendation after point 3. Point 4, Council directs the CEO to list for consideration in the 2026-27 budget an increase in funding for the Street Meet and Greet program to at least $30,000, with a maximum of $5,000 of this to be allocated for traffic management.
All right, thank you. Can I seek a seconder, please, for this proposed amendment? That's seconded Councillor Minson. Councillor Cruiser, do you wish to speak to this item? Oh, sorry, I did need to actually get you to provide a reason for this, so perhaps if you'd like to state your reason in brief terms and then we'll hear from you.
This responds to motion 6, which requested funding for the street meet and greet that better meets the scale of community demand. The street meet and greet makes a significant contribution to many of the town's overall goals, helping to increase community cohesion and build a safer area. In the 2025-26 financial year, the entire $15,000 pool of funding was expended by December 2025, so $30,000 should be adequate to cover demand for a full calendar year, noting any funds are allocated and not spent can always be reallocated.
Thank you. Councillor Minson, do you wish to speak to this item?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think Councillor Cruiser makes good points about the importance of the program, and that it currently is over allocated for the past financial year, so it does warrant a review of an increase to the budget. And I think clearly as well that a lot of the budget now is going towards traffic management, therefore kind of I guess minimising its impact and the number of people available to actually access the program. So I think putting a secondary kind of sub limit to the amount of money going towards traffic management kind of frees up the program to kind of more applicants to take advantage of. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions about this proposed amendment? Councillor Ingram and then Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. With regards to this, majority of my concern exists around the maximum of the 5,000 allocated for traffic management, as from my understanding, the street meet and greet was to facilitate community vibrancy, particularly focusing on roads where they are dissected by ongoing traffic. What's the approximate cost for each of these road traffic management circumstances that we've set up with these street meet and greets in the past?
Mr. Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Thanks for the question, Councillor Ingram. They'd fluctuate, but on average it's about $2,500 per traffic management plan.
So on that basis, based upon what the amendment is saying, the town would expect to accommodate 2 of those in the next financial year at maximum. Is that correct?
Mr. Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. The way that it's currently worded, yep.
Okay, and I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on the understanding. The program's ambitions initially is to foster that connectivity. So road traffic management was incorporated as a primary concern at the outset. Is that correct?
Mr. Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. I just might get Councillor Ingram to repeat that question just to understand that.
Sure, happy to clarify. So the ambition of the program was to facilitate neighbours being able to mingle, meet one another and engage in greater social cohesion. So was traffic management something that was identified as a key input that would facilitate that program? That's sort of what I was driving at. Thanks.
Mr. Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Yeah, traffic management is a key enabler of that outcome that you just described. If we're going to close streets to allow neighbours to come out onto them, traffic management is necessary.
Thanks, Councillor Ingram. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. My questions were along similar lines, actually. I was going to ask Councillor Cruiser how she came about the 5,000 as a maximum for the allocation for traffic management.
Councillor Cruiser.
Primarily by considering what it would look like to have a substantial increase in the amount that is actually available to run events itself. And thinking that, well, if we're increasing from 15,000 to, say, we allowed 10,000 for traffic management, that would be actually a relatively small increase in the pool of funding available. I'm also aware that staff are currently working on other possibilities that might allow for road closures that cost less. And I'm very interested in pursuing those, but after EM feedback decided not to include that as a separate point or amendment.
Anything further, Councillor Anderson? Are there any other questions from elected members about this? Deputy Mayor Miles.
Does the town consider $5,000 to be too low for traffic management, the traffic management component of the street meet and greet program?
Mr Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Yes, we do. I think in order to enable the street meet and greet program to be successful, traffic management is the core expense and enabler of local communities being able to take it up. It's really expensive, and like I said in the previous answer, it is the core enabler of it. And so, if we were to cap traffic management at $5,000, we would be asking communities, asking the neighbourhood on the street to fund the traffic management themselves.
Deputy Mayor?
So, did you have a different cap in mind that would be more appropriate?
Mr Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. I think just thinking about it now, I think administration's preference would be not to have a cap at all and just to have an amount for street meet and greet. And different streets have different levels of traffic management with different costs. And it's more flexible that way. So it would be to not single out traffic management within it.
Anything further, Deputy Mayor Miles?
Is I guess going back to Councillor Ingram's understanding of the purpose, does the town consider it better to have more street meet and greets overall, or is the goal just to have less better ones, if better is ones that include street management?
Deputy Mayor Miles, did you say to have less better ones?
I don't know what I said, actually. I guess...
I think Mr Doy says he gets it, so perhaps we might go to Mr.
I'm not even sure
Doy.
if I get it, but I'm glad you do. Maybe if you answer, then I'll be able to rephrase it.
Well, maybe I'll thanks, Mayor Vernon. Thanks for the question, Councillor Deputy Mayor Miles. And maybe I'll say it back to you. And you're saying is the town's preference to have more closures of streets for the street meet and greet program, or fewer that are of a higher quality and sustaining? The answer is not either or. The answer is kind of both. To be honest, we want to see streets in the first instance try to do it as a great opportunity to bring neighbours together. But when they do try, we want them to succeed, for it to become a tradition, but also for it to become a sustainable tradition for the street as well. So we're interested in both.
So what does the town think about increasing it to 30,000? Does the town consider that to be a high enough amount, or should there be consideration to be making it higher?
Mr Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. The town would love to increase, of course, but with that there comes a resourcing constraint as well, because there is an administrative effort that occurs behind the scenes. So any increases from what is currently budgeted will have an impact on our resourcing. So in order to increasing it any further than what's proposed would take us into a position where we would be also talking to council about resourcing.
Deputy Mayor Miles?
Looking at the figures for this year, where the funding was exceeded in December, Does the town consider spending $9,671 on 4 street meet and greets out of a total of 13 applications to be a good outcome?
Mr Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. I'd have to take that on notice to have a look at the detail. So far, I'm not certain.
Anything further, Deputy Mayor Miles? Look, I've got some questions and they relate to the further consideration section of the officer's report, where you provided details from paragraph 14 onwards about this, looking at the annual budget for the street meet and greet over the past 5 years. Understand from one of the answers that came later, in answer to question 15, that the increased uptake of the street meet and greet program budget was driven by higher costs per road closure application rather than an increase in the application numbers, and that's because traffic management plans form part of the program over the last 2 years, it says. So noting that the budget for the program in 24-25 was $13,000 and the actual spend was $9,008. But then in the current year, the budget went up by $2,000 to $15,000, and the actuals to date are $14,998, meaning the program's capped out at that stage. But the answer in 15 indicates that that's not because there was an overwhelmingly greater number of applications. It's because the cost of traffic management had gone up, and that had soaked up the funding. Is that the right way to understand that information? No, take your time.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Yes, that is the way to understand the information.
All right, thank you. So looking at the answer to 16, which indicates the answer to what would it look like if you increase the street meet and greet program by approximately 1/3 and include that for discussion at the budget workshop, it looks like rebates would then be up to 20 applications on average at $390 per application could be processed, with road closures, and it lists 5 of them at $2,500 each, with a little bit of advertising would take us to a budget of $20,000. So with up to 20 applications, that would be a significant increase in the number of applications for this program to date. Would that be right, Mr Doy?
Yes, assuming that those 20 applications were successful, that would be an increase of 7, from 13 and 20, 25, 26.
So in terms of going back to the purpose questions that Councillor Ingram raised, if the purpose of the street meet and greet is to allow people to come together on their street with their neighbours, it really depends, does it not, on whether it is necessary to close the street in order for them to be able to have such a gathering. So would I be right in assuming that a street meet and greet could be held on a park or on a reserve or at the front of a sump if you had one on your street without needing to close the street in order to do it, Mr Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Yeah, there are instances where that could occur, which means there may be more applications than the 20, depending on the nature of those. So, yeah, as you say, micro parks or in front of sumps or parks themselves, or some other configuration. It just so happens that most applications require a road closure, but yes, that is possible.
So when it says that in the answer to 15 that over the last 2 years since traffic management plans form part of the program, in 24-25 there were 18 applications for the whole year and 4 traffic management plans. That clearly means that 14 of those applications didn't submit for a traffic management plan because they were much smaller gatherings. And then in the 25-26 year that we're currently in, it's tapped out as at the December date, but there were 13 applications received. for a lesser amount of money than the whole year's 18 applications the year before, but a much higher amount for the same 4 road closure traffic management plans, reflecting that increased cost in traffic management. So does that really suggest that we have data that shows that there is an overwhelming number of applications that are going to miss out this financial year because of the budget cap? Or does it really mean that the road closure component has just become almost unmanageable if that continues to be costed in to the street meet and greet in order for us to try and get more people doing street meet and greets? Mr. Doyle?
I understand. Thanks, Mayor Vernon. That does suggest that. However, it would be good to understand to a further level of detail exactly what is going on there. And I'm not able to answer that in detail at tonight's meeting. It would be something that we could answer during the budget workshop process to understand the nature of increasing costs related to traffic management, the amount of street meet and greets that have required traffic management, some that may have funded traffic management themselves or required the town to support them in traffic management funding. I feel like there's some variables that are not described here in the further discussions that would be useful for council to know during the budget workshop process.
All right, thank you. And my final question then is, if the street meet and greet program were to be increased by the 30,000, I note the amendment says to at least 30,000. I'm not quite sure whether that means some later discussion is supposed to occur for more. But if we were considering 30,000 in the coming budget, where currently it's 15, what things would you be proposing out of the Safer Neighbourhoods Plan suite of programs would be reduced or removed in order to fund this increase? So would it come from some other project in order to enable us to basically double the budget?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Appreciate the question as well. So in order to increase the budget, like I said before, that comes with an effort from people. So there is a resourcing implication, and it is likely, yet undetermined, that there would need to be a reduction or a deferral of something from another program, whether it be Safer Neighbourhoods, community group club development, of which the resource within that is supporting with street meet and greet at the moment. I don't have an answer as to what it would be, but it is something that we could provide council if they were of a mind to go for an extra $30,000 in this program.
All right, thank you. Councillor Crozer, I'm taking it from that answer from Mr. Doy that you hadn't asked this question or received an answer as to what might need to be cut in order to increase the budget for this program to 30,000. Would that be fair to say?
No, I sent it through for comment and sent through the comments that I received through to all elected members. I would also like to say that given the discussion here, I would be happy to remove everything after the comma if Councillor Minson is content with that. And say, Council directs the CEO to list for consideration in the 2026-27 budget an increase in funding for the street meet and greet program to at least $30,000. And also, could I just clarify with staff, if we vote yes to this, does this mean we are confirming 100% that that will be in the budget, or is it still being listed for consideration in the budget?
I can answer that question for you, Councillor Cruiser. It just means it's listed for consideration. The budget is not the budget till it's adopted. So that's the answer to that. So if we direct the staff to list something for consideration, they will list it in the draft budget. It will be up to council then whether it makes the cut for the final budget.
And can I check, Councillor Minson, how would you feel about removing everything after that comma?
Well, I do actually consider it important to kind of control the traffic management costs in the program, because I don't see the value in, or too much value in, 5-10 people getting together in their front yard and then needing to spend 10 times the cost of the actual event on traffic management, have 4 lollipop people, close it off the street. So I don't think it's important. I'm open to different ways of addressing that, like whether it's a maximum cap or whether, it's a number of road closures we'd like to see in a year.
Well, can I suggest, because I don't want us to be workshopping the minutiae tonight, can I say that if there's appetite for there to be a listing of this item for consideration in the next budget, if council determines what that amount should be to be listed for consideration, I think it would be better to allow the town staff to actually consider, by talking to the people who run this program, how they think that can be worked, and that can then be presented as part of the budget workshop discussions on it. I think that's a better solution than us trying to nitpick over those details at the moment. Councillor Kruse, you have a question?
I have a response to that suggestion, which is just to reword it to say, with a clear maximum to be allocated for traffic management. So staff can make that recommendation as part of the budget process.
Well, again, we're talking about listing something for consideration in the budget. If you're putting a rider on it that the staff have to allocate an amount for traffic management, and we've already heard from the staff that's not their preference, then it means that we are setting that up potentially for a degree of difficulty. So it's a matter of what's important. Is it important to see that this program has an increase in funding, or is it important that what we agree to has internal conditions attached to the program that ordinarily we at council do not approve? That is determined by the town staff how that works. So, I'm just looking at how much time we're going to be spending on this, given that this is an amount to go through for consideration in the next budget. Councillor Kruse, I see that you're at the ready, but this is not a discussion debate at the moment between you and I. This is questions and answers. So I do know there are other people indicating they want to ask questions. I don't want you to go to Councillor Minson or me to go to Councillor Minson to see if he's ready to agree to something being included until you've possibly heard other questions and answers that might shape some of the things you're thinking. Councillor Anderson, you had a question?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. It's not really a question, it's just a statement that I want to make. So
It's not statement time, I'm afraid. We're not in debate, so you can make a statement during debate, but at the moment we're asking questions and getting answers so that we're quite clear. Councillor Gordon-Manley, you've got a question?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. The question is quite simple. Because the program closed before the time, as allocation was exhausted, we don't have a true scope of how many people were engaged in this program or how many people would have wanted to get in this program, especially considering they received some education on potentially the success of it or what it could deliver to them as a resident.
Councillor Gordon-Manley, that sounded like a statement, not a question. Are you asking a question? Because otherwise this is not the time for making statements.
Apologies. Is that correct, though?
Councillor Gordon-Manley, I'd try to encourage you not to make a statement and then try to turn it into a question of cross-examination by saying to the staff, is that correct? Mr Doy, is it the case that we don't finally know the numbers because obviously the budget was allocated by December?
Yes, there could be demand that goes past December all the way through to July, and that demand is unknown because the money has run out.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon.
Thanks, Councillor Gordon-Manley. Question for you, Mr Doy. Does that equally mean that we're unable to tell if there would have been any other applications between now and 30 June for this program?
I don't see how we would know if there are other applications coming. I don't see how we would know that there are other applications coming through if the money has run out. There wouldn't be people applying.
Right, but there might have been people who put their application in before the budget ran out and then learned the budget had ran out and their applications had to be knocked back. Do we have any details about that?
That's a fair comment, and I'm answering these questions in the moment. There may be others that are inquiring that don't know that the budget's run out, which would be demonstrating interest, and I wouldn't know the level of that interest. So that would be something I would take on notice to find out.
All right, we can take that on notice. Deputy Mayor Miles and then Councillor Ingram.
So I just wanted to clarify something. Mayor Vernon asked you about the proposal in the report number 16 that says considering increasing the budget by a third. And I heard that you said it would be a considerable increase because we're talking about 20 applications here and we had 7 the year before. That's what I heard. Is that what you said? Because the report I'm looking at says that we had 13 in 2025, 2026. So I didn't know where you got the 7 applications number from.
Sorry, Councillor Miles, I'm a little bit lost, but we were in the further consideration of the officer report where it actually indicated in section 16 to consider increasing the street meet and greet budget by approximately 1/3, and the officers proposed the budget breakdown for that would be the rebates would be up to 20 applications would be covered with up to 5 road closures at 2,500 each. So that's where that information came from.
Yep,
that Mr.
that's what I'm
Doy
looking
answered.
at. That's
Yep.
what I understood.
So what was the other part of your question then about 7?
You said, oh, how does that, is that a significant increase on previous years? And I heard, yes, because it's an increase from 7. But I'm looking at this report thinking it's an increase from 13 and the 13 was only for 6 months of the year. So actually, surely that's not a significant increase because potentially we could have had 26. And even going back to the year before, it was 18. So I'm confused how 20 is a considerable increase, but I heard you say 7 and I couldn't see any reference to it a year where we had 7 applications.
So, Deputy Mayor Miles, I believe that Mr. Doy was referring to 7 more applications other than 13 from 25 to 26 would be an increase, bringing it up to 20. But if there were going to be many more applications made in the 6 months of this year that couldn't be funded, then yes, 20 would not seem like a lot. But then 20 might be a lot because we don't know how many more applications were going to come in for funding. Does that make sense?
Yes, 20 minus 13 is 7. I was literally very confused where 7 came from. Okay, so my question was, is that a considerable increase? And maybe yes, maybe no. My other question was, the Chief Community Planner said that most of the events need traffic management and 4 out of 18 isn't most and 4 out of 13 isn't most. So I was curious why the statement was made that most street meet and greets need traffic management plans.
Mr. Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Yeah, I did say that, and also said after as well, though, that I suspect there are some that require traffic management support or funding from the town, and others that may do it themselves, and that there are some variables and detail that we should seek to understand that aren't in the further considerations part of the report.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Miles.
So would it be possible to take on notice getting some more of this information for the budget workshop so we can kind of debate this more fully at that point if this motion is to proceed?
Well, we take matters on notice so that they can come back to a future meeting of council or appeal in the agenda. I think it's probably not necessary to take it on notice. The town staff would realise it's information you want to hear if it goes through by an amendment and ends up being discussed at budget workshop time. I'm sure the town staff can look into that data and have it ready to present to us when we go to discuss that matter at a budget workshop. So, Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. The first thing I wanted to ask was, does the town capture data with regards to the type of street which is closed for these particular programs and street meet and greets?
Mr. Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. The answer is I don't know. If we're talking about type of street in terms of the road hierarchy, I suspect that they would be all local access roads, but I would take that on notice. I don't think that we do.
Brilliant, thank you. Just reflecting on that, it's the sort of information, whether it's perhaps a cul-de-sac or something that is not necessarily a through road. I'm not too sure exactly how many may fit into that bill, but if something like that could be captured, I'd welcome that included in any workshop discussion if it was to come forward. The other question I wanted to ask is regarding the subscription endpoint in December for when the last successful application went through for funding. Do we have any dates on when that actual street meet and greet was conducted? Was that slated for later in the year or into the next year?
I suspect these are details of the program Mr. Doy simply doesn't have at the moment, but those are probably matters that can again go through to an analysis of an increase in the funding for workshop discussion. So in fairness to Mr. Doy, this is dealt with by staff well below his level, so he wouldn't necessarily have all of those data points available for any one year for the program. So that can certainly be looked at more carefully, I think, if the matter goes forward. Do you have any other questions, Councillor Ingram? No. All right, so are there any other elected members who've got questions about this proposed amendment? Because then I'm going to ask formally, is there any dissent to what is now currently... Oh, sorry, I shouldn't do that. Councillor Cruiser, had you settled on the wording? Because I know that Councillor Minson had raised something, and I think he might not have necessarily been clear about wanting to agree with the traffic management point. So come to you first, Councillor Cruiser, where you think your amendment final wording sits, and then I'll ask Councillor Minson where he sits on it.
If Councillor Minson is agreeable, full stop after the 30,000, nothing to follow.
Councillor Minson?
Yep, happy with that.
Right. So we'll just get the minutes secretary, will be tidying that up, but I think everybody knows what that looks like at this point in time. So I am going to ask formally, is there any dissent to this? Because if there is, we'll need to move to debate and hear elected members on it. Not seeing any indication at this point in time that there is any debate. And looks like we might be ready to, there you go, voila. So the wording is content. There being no dissent, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, Councillor Cruiser, you have another amendment?
That we add the following points to the recommendation after point 4 at this stage. And that is 5, Council directs the CEO to explore a safer pedestrian crossing point outside Bailey Hill as part of its investigation into the footpath and accessibility improvements into the park and parking on Bailey Avenue. And my reason for that is that this is a response to motion 7. Currently, the officer response is that staff can do this, and this minor amendment makes it clear that not only can staff do this, but they will.
All right, thank you. Is there a seconder, please, for this amendment? Seconded, Deputy Mayor Miles. Councillor Cruiser, do you wish to speak to this amendment?
Not at this stage.
Deputy Mayor Miles, do you wish to speak to this? All right. Are there any questions in relation to this item? I'm going to ask a question for the Chief Operations Officer. If I have understood this correctly, the safer crossing point, or actually, before I come to you, maybe I need to clarify with Councillor Cruiser. When you talk about a safer crossing point outside Bailey Hill, are you talking about outside Elizabeth Bailey Park? Because Bailey Hill is the name of the venue management. It's not actually the name of our precinct. So you're talking about the one on Bailey Avenue, that side of the park?
In this case, I was guided by the motion, which asks for outside Bailey Hill and also says Albany Highway. So I decided to leave that up to the officers to interpret, whether that means directly outside Bailey Hill, whether that means outside Elizabeth Bailey Precinct. If you would prefer that I specify rather than leave this to the officers, I would be happy to change the wording.
All right, I'm not... I'm not wishing to be unduly difficult here, but I don't want to see us passing resolutions that have our staff doing work that is maybe this area, maybe that area, and maybe someplace else while we're at it, because that could be a whole lot of work that actually isn't what's needed. Because you use the words as part of its investigation into the footpath and accessibility improvements into the park and parking on Bailey Avenue, I took the view that there were two possibilities. One was on the night, I recall members of the public talking about a safer crossing across Albany Highway leading into Elizabeth Bailey Park. That's one thing. There is currently an issue about an unsafe crossing point out of the park on Bailey Avenue to the footpath. One of these is already, as I understand it, under design. So that's why I'm trying to be able to give the staff some clarity about what they're to investigate. So I don't know if you want some assistance from the town staff about this, about what they understand, but you can probably see the point. We don't really want the staff having to investigate all sort of possibilities if we can't actually tell them what it is we want.
Yes, given the wording of the motion, I will change the amendment to read, Council directs the CEO to explore a safer crossing point on Albany Highway near Elizabeth Bailey Precinct as part of its investigations, etc.
Would it be better if it was on Albany Highway opposite Elizabeth Bailey Precinct? Then it's quite clear that it's not anywhere nearby, but it's clearly in that stretch of Albany Highway that's opposite the precinct, because there's only one stretch of it that's there.
If that's your belief, that would be delightful.
All right, thank you. I think it would be clear if it was on Albany Highway opposite Elizabeth Bailey Precinct. Deputy Mayor Miles, are you happy with that clarification? All right, thank you for that. All right, can I ask then the Chief Operations Officer, the current work that's being done with regards to accessibility improvements into the park and parking on Bailey Avenue, they do include a safer crossing point from at least one of the internal pathways in the park leading out onto Bailey Avenue. So that's all part of that work that's currently underway. So can an exploration of a safer crossing point on Albany Highway opposite the Elizabeth Bailey Precinct be explored as part of that work that's being done, as part of our investigation into this?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions with regards to this? Not seeing any indication of any other questions, so I'll formally ask, is there any dissent to this proposed amendment? Not seeing any dissent, so on that basis declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Cruiser, your next proposed amendment.
I move that we add the following points to the recommendation after point 5. 6. Council directs the CEO to develop a heatwave response to be presented to Council for approval by the April 2027 OCM. This should A. be scoped appropriately for a local government response, focusing primarily on making residents aware of services which already exist within the town. B. Identify the needs of particular vulnerable groups and consider how they might be addressed through connections with existing services. And C. Identify one priority for action to be considered in the 2027-2028 budget.
All right, thank you. And your reason?
This is a response to motion 9. The staff comments on this outline the town's strategic work to address the impacts of heat on the urban environment and the limits to our budget and resourcing. So this point attempts to take us just one small step forward in building an appropriate localised response to acute and dangerous periods of extreme heat. The Sweltering Cities 2026 report has highlighted the devastating impact of heat waves on Australians. especially renters, people who don't have secure housing, people with disabilities, and people who are experiencing economic stresses. There's also research that shows that domestic violence increases during heat waves and that heat waves are the largest cause of climate-related deaths in Australia. As the Sweltering Cities report put it, a failure to act on this evidence is no longer a policy oversight, it's a failure to care.
Thanks, Councillor Cruiser. Is there a seconder for this amendment? Seconded, Councillor Gordon Manley. Councillor Cruiser, did you wish to speak to this amendment?
Not at this stage.
Councillor Gordon Manley, do you wish to speak to this item? All right. Are there any questions about this item? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Does the town have a staff member or technical expert to develop a heatwave response plan? Or do we need to get a consultant?
Mr. Doy.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. We would need to determine who that person would be. There's the potential for it to be our environment officer or place leader urban forest, and in the they are two candidates to lead a project like this. It's not planned for, so it's not within their work plan for the year or into the future. In undertaking any work of this nature, a scope would need to be prepared and approved, and that, depending on what's discovered in the development of that scope, it might require consultant support. Yep, it might not though as well.
Councillor Anderson, anything further?
Another question. If the urban forest officer was involved in developing this, how many hours then would be allocated away from developing the urban forest plan that we have?
Mr. Doy.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. It's really hard to know. I did have a think about that today, though, but it's really hard to know. I think and I would be giving you a very high level estimation. I think that it would be the development of the scope of the work, which would help us understand the amount of work that we are required to build an extreme heat plan. And at a guess, I would say the development of a scope, including the work of others in the organisation to review the scope, and then for leaders such as Alison and myself to review and approve it, would be at least 20 to 25 hours work.
Anything further, Councillor Anderson?
No, not at the moment, thank you.
Any other questions about this item? I've certainly got some questions. So noting the officer's response to this particular motion from the electors indicated that the town believes it's already dealing with these matters through its climate emergency plan and its urban forest plan strategy. What impact would adding a project of this nature into the workload of the town's environment officer who leads the climate emergency plan and the urban forest leader who leads the urban forest strategy, given that both the urban forest strategy and the climate emergency plan are currently under review, which hasn't yet been completed? Mr. Doy?
Sorry, Mayor Vernon, if I just understand that correctly, you're after the implications for their work within each of those programs, or the impact that it would have on those programs of work?
Would be the implications for both of them in terms of their workload, given that they respectively lead the climate emergency plan and the urban forest strategy, both of which are currently under review, and the review has not been completed yet or presented to council. So I assume it's coming in the future.
I can speak on behalf of the urban forest program, and Chief Operating Officer can speak on behalf of the Environment Officer and their work with the climate change emergency plan. I would say that at the moment the urban forest strategy review is significantly behind at the moment, and so a diversion, if the urban forest lead was to be determined to be the preferred lead of a development of extreme heat plan, it would result it would likely result in further delays to the review of the urban forest strategy, or it would result in an impact on the development and implementation of the urban forest program. It depends where we would take their time from.
All right, thank you. Ms Labicus, in relation to the climate emergency plan, which is also due for review, and the environmental officer, I think, is the lead for that. Impact for them.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon, for the question. So I think from the report that we presented to Audit and Risk last week, I think it was last Monday, there are a number of initiatives in that corporate business plan that our Enviro officer leads that's running behind. So it is one person, so they will further fall behind.
All right, thank you. Those are my questions. Are there any other questions from elected members about this matter? Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Just out of curiosity, I was wondering if someone could walk us through the actual scope of work that would be required, because there are 3 separate arms to this. Is there any in particular that would be more burdensome on town resources to actually go through the process of examining?
I'm not sure who to go to first. Ms Labicus?
I think it would be fair to say that anything we're not doing in this space currently, we are fairly immature at. So we would be very carefully leaning on experts and others to bring it up to speed. So I would suggest that they would be equally as burdensome.
I don't know that it sounds like we're in a position to give much of a detailed answer to that question, Councillor Ingram, I'm afraid, based on what Ms Labicus has said. Mr Doy, do you agree or disagree? Agree? Yeah, I don't think we can provide you any further information. Are there any other questions about this item? If there are no other questions about this proposed amendment, I'll formally ask, is there anyone who's in dissent to this proposed amendment? Councillor Anderson, you're indicating you're in dissent. All right, so we will have debate on that basis. Councillor Anderson, do you want to lead that off?
Mayor, thank you. Just briefly in regards to resourcing of time and the current plans that we are required to invest in and review and develop, and also the possibility of needing a consultant, and so then there's additional costs as well. So yeah, I just feel that we're not at this stage. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there someone who wishes to speak in favour of the proposed amendment? Councillor Gordon-Manley, as the seconder, you were asked if you wish to speak and you said no. Are you changing your mind? All right, well, please bear in mind in future, when you say that you don't wish to be heard, that usually means that you've given up your right to speak. So on this occasion, you can speak now.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. Thank you, Council. I'll keep it succinct. This amendment is addressing a group that is often forgotten. These are the most vulnerable in our community, and we are facing an increase in heat waves, which will, as has been reported in ABC and by the WA government, will increase in preventable deaths due to heat waves. For us to make our communities more resilient, for us to be preventative in the face of climate change, is aligned to what I think our values are and our goals are. Thank you.
Thank you. So you have spoken in favour, so I'll speak against. I'm not supportive of this amendment. I take on board the officer's response that local governments would typically only play one part in an extreme heat plan, and typically we're perhaps in the prevention space. However, our informing strategies that are all long-standing, the urban forest strategy, the climate emergency plan, even the integrated transport strategy and our asset management plans, not to mention our public places program, all have provisions in them that currently assist with helping our community cope with the burden of climate change, which does include extreme heat events. Because of that, because we want to focus on making sure that those strategies and plans and programs all deliver their maximum benefit, I believe that this work is already underway to a significant enough extent for our community that we can be assured that it is getting the attention it needs. My concern is that this comes with a budgetary impact, and it comes with another impact. We've heard that tonight from both the Chief Community Planner and the Chief Operations Officer, that the likely specialists within the town who would be involved in such a project sit within both their respective areas, and ironically they lead our urban forest strategy and our climate emergency plan. Both of those long-standing plans are overdue now for review, and the burden of doing the review of them sits with those relevant officers and their teams. So to see them have to add in an extra project, which will have to start in coming months in order to be ready for an April 2027 OCM, seems to me to be not the best use of our resources at this time. It's also the case as we prepare the 26-27 budget, Council has already resolved that it would focus on being back to basics and finish what we started. And I think adding yet another new project into the mix means that we will undoubtedly have to either defer other projects or programs or delete them altogether and unfairly burden our staff with a project of this nature where there's already comparative and parallel work going on. So I wouldn't support this particular amendment. Is there someone now who wishes to speak in favour? Is there someone who wishes to speak against? Noting if there's not, we'll go back to the mover to close the debate. Deputy Mayor Miles, you're speaking.
Yes, thank you. I feel like this is an important thing to consider. I feel that, you know, extreme heat is definitely an issue for our community. I think it would be really interesting to be looking at our strategies and, you know, really considering how we deal with this and how we could increase it. I don't think this is the best way to go about it. I'm really conscious that and when I say this isn't the best way to go about it, what I mean is that we have a lot of projects and we're doing a lot of things, and I've heard that the staff have said that we don't have time or capacity or resourcing to kind of add something new. And thinking with that in mind, and also the comment that we don't actually have someone in the staff with the skills, this feels like something that we very much should be thinking about more broadly and incorporating in our strategies and potentially doing things in the future. But right now, with this report, the timing I don't think is right. And so whilst I support the intent, I don't support this amendment.
Right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to speak on the item before I go to Councillor Cruiser to close the debate? No, I'll go to Councillor Cruiser, close the debate.
Thank you. So I acknowledge people's concerns about resourcing, and this is why I have scaled this back from the initial first draft of the amendment that I sent to all elected members on the 13th of April, based in part on staff feedback. I've attempted to frame this in a way which makes it very clear on what we want to do, which is to start thinking about how we communicate to our residents, particularly during heat waves or when we know there is a heat wave coming up, that we don't necessarily at this stage attempt to provide additional services, but we help to provide them with information that is more specific than the kind of state information that they get, that tells them about specific services in our area, specific places that might be open, transport options, and other resources that are available here, bearing in mind that for many people who are in vulnerable groups, being able to travel isn't always possible, particularly during heat waves. I've tried to also leave it quite open in terms of the scope when it comes to staff. It would be very reasonable for staff to respond to this literally by saying, here's a communications plan that we'll send out during a heat wave, or here's the website that we'll put up that just gives a list of heat wave resources. It also asks to build on existing research that informed the concept forum, which the Environment Officer recently ran, around identifying the needs of particular vulnerable groups, which drew on work from organisations like WACOS that have been working to understand the impacts of heat on vulnerable groups. So I've tried to keep the scoping quite limited. I'm aware that we have many aspects of our plans and strategies that do attempt to manage the impacts of extreme heat on the environment, but most of those are wonderfully looking at the urban heat island effect, looking at the impact of the urban forest in lowering temperatures. They aren't necessarily providing that kind of direct support and communication during heat waves to ensure that we're doing what we can within the budget, within the scope of our resources, to help to keep vulnerable people in our community safe. Yes, local government does only play one part when it comes to extreme and dangerous heat, but it's an important part. And this is not a full solution, but I'd like us to be taking one step forward in thinking what we do and what we do next. Also, bearing in mind that the budget process is still ongoing, that there is still time for staff to come to us and say, look, if you vote for this, we're going to need an additional person working on the environment team or the communications team or whatever else. They can still come to us. This doesn't necessarily mean cutting our existing projects because we haven't approved the budget for next year. So I hope that you'll consider all of that, and I hope that you will not exhibit. Well, I hope that you will show that you care, that you're willing to take action, and that you will think about how we do one of the things that is most basic for government to do, which is to support our community and keep them safe.
Thanks, Councillor Cruiser. That ought to have been limited to reply only to the matters that were raised. It went further than that, but I've allowed that to occur. So if we can now ask for people to vote for this particular amendment. Thank you. So that amendment is lost. Those against, myself, Mayor Vernon, Councillor Anderson, Deputy Mayor Miles, Councillor Ingram, Councillor Biondi, Councillor Minson, Councillor Melrosa. Those in favour, Councillor Cruiser and Councillor Gordon-Manley. All right, we have now reached 8:35, and as my usual rule is, we've been sitting for 2 hours. So although we have more to go on this item, I'm not prepared to wade through the next lot of matters without having a break. So I'm going to adjourn for 10 minutes so that we can have a comfort break. Can I seek a seconder for that motion? Seconded, Deputy Mayor Miles. Thank you. Is there any dissent? No, there being no dissent, declare that carried. So we're now adjourned to 8:44 p.m. Thank you. All right, everyone. Thank you to those who are joining us on live streaming this evening for your indulgence while we had a short break. So we'll now resume. Councillor Cruiser, understand you have another amendment that you would like to make to this item.
The final one. I move that we add the following points to the recommendation after point 5. Point 6 is going to be that council directs the CEO to identify one school as likely to benefit the most from pedestrian safety improvements and conduct a high-level review of pedestrian crossings at critical entry points on every side of the school parcel. Based on the outcomes of that review, the town will make recommendations for pedestrian safety improvements to be presented to council at an OCM in time for consideration in the 2027-28 budget process. This recommendation is to also highlight the next school to be prioritised for a similar review.
All right, thanks, Councillor Cruiser. Did you want to give us your reason for this particular proposed amendment? And then I'll seek a seconder.
This is a response to motion 12. Allowing children to walk to school safely has numerous benefits for health, education, and for community connection as well. Upgrading pedestrian safety to allow more children to walk to school safely also has the benefit of reducing traffic congestion and parking management issues around schools, particularly during the morning rush hour. The town has noted in its feedback that it does not have the capacity to provide a comprehensive review and upgrade for all schools in the area, but it could do one school. So I'm suggesting that we start there and highlight then the next school for consideration to get us one step closer.
All right, thank you. Is there a seconder, please, for this proposed amendment? That's seconded, Councillor Minson. Thank you. Councillor Cruiser, do you want to speak to your amendment?
Not at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Minson, do you want to speak to the item you've seconded?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. So, as we've done for the previous amendments, are there any questions about this particular proposed amendment? Not seeing any indication of questions, so I'll ask a question from the town staff. I'm just got to double check my list as to who will be answering questions. This one responds to motion 12. Both Mr. Doy and Ms. Libicus. Has the town received any reports from any of our local schools that they are seeking pedestrian safety improvements for access to any of their schools? Happy for either to do it, Mr. Doy.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Yes, we have, and we do from time to time. Most prominently would be East Victoria Park Primary School.
Thank you. When we receive requests from schools to improve their pedestrian access, what's the general process? Does the town just then go ahead and send someone out, assess it and work out if it needs to be done and then thereafter it happens? Or is it usually a more complicated process than that, Mr. Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. It's generally a bit more to it than we assess and then we go and do the things, because often the things are can be quite expensive or require significant amounts of design. But yes, we will be in conversation with the school. We have, in the case of East Victoria Park Primary School, attended P&C meetings, met with principal and teachers, as well as traffic wardens as well. In some instances, we become, and with those, we will endeavour to build a project up until it can come through to the budget process. So it's not small pieces of work. The other thing that we'll do will be to put the school in contact with the Department of Transport's Your Move team as well, to help them with travel behaviour changes and the like.
All right, thank you. I note that the amendment proposes the staff conduct a high-level review of pedestrian crossings at critical entry points on every side of the school parcel. Does a high-level review mean that that is like a desktop review, or is it something more than that? Because I'm just wondering how, if we do a high-level review, we then come to make recommendations for pedestrian safety improvements in time for going into the next budget. Mr. Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. As I understand it, the officer's response wasn't indicating that a high-level review would occur now to feed into the 26-27 budget. That's not the intent. The intent would be that a high-level review of a school surrounds would occur that could then could identify potential projects around that school that may be considered for when the time is right and when design had occurred for future financial years.
Okay, so thank you for that answer. So noting that the amendment that is proposed is that we'd be directing the CEO to identify a school, conduct a high-level review of the pedestrian crossings, and then based on the outcomes of that review, the town will make recommendations for safety improvements, meaning projects to be presented to council in time to go in next year's budget process, so the 27-28 budget process. So around about this time next year or so, it would be a capital works program for then. Based on what you just said, Are you in agreement that that could be done? Because your answer actually was we would do it and then it would be at some future point in time we'd be making a project out of it. This would actually direct it to be done by next year. So is that doable? That's, I guess, my question.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Yeah, I misunderstood your question, thinking that you meant that it would need to be ready for the 26-27 budget. The officer's response is the same response that I will give you, and that is that we could be ready to have something for the 27-28 budget process based upon a review of one school within the town.
All right, thank you for the clarification, because I do know that the officer's response to Councillor Cruz's first draft, which she thankfully sent on to all of us, indicated that without additional resources, the town's only able to undertake a high-level review of this sort on one school in the coming financial year. So that means one review starting in 26-27. Does that require then budget to be set aside for that project to be done, or that would just be done as part of a normal program? Is that right?
Yep, that review, the way that I understand the officer recommendation, that review could be done without the need for funding and within our resourcing. Yep. If that view changed, however, we would bring that, and we needed funding to assist us with our high-level review and any design work, that would be something that you would receive and contemplate through the budget process this year.
All right, thank you. All right, are there any other questions from elected members about this proposed amendment? No, I'm not seeing any other questions, so I'll formally ask, is there any dissent to what's being proposed in the amendment? Because if there is, we'll go to debate. If not, no. Seeing no indication of dissent, so I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Cruiser, you said, was that your last amendment that you wanted to make? Is that right? All right, excellent. Thank you. Councillor Biondi, understand you want to make an amendment to this item as well?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Would you like me to read it out?
Yes, please. If
Yes.
you're able to read it out, that would be very good. And if it's the same one that you have just recently emailed through to me, I will forward that on to governance so they can follow along.
Yes,
while you're doing it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have made one more minor amendment since sending it to you. It's just
That's
a little
okay.
bit untidy.
I'm sure we can tidy it up, but we're at least getting it over quickly to the Minutes Secretary while you're reading it out.
Thank you. And it's in relation to the motion 3 from the annual electors meeting. So my proposed amendment is council directs the CEO to investigate the possibility of fixed and or mobile CCTV for use by WA Police as another safety measure as part of the Safer Neighbourhoods Plan.
All right, thank you. Hopefully the Minutes Secretary has received the amendment, I think, that I've just forwarded to her, and we've only got to make one small change to the wording of it. That's a, sorry? Yes, it'll become point 7, so this will be proposed. And I think the change of the wording that was sent through is after the word possibility of, then you delete the words the use of. So it would be possibility of fixed and or mobile CCTV for use by WA Police as another safety measure as part of the Safer Neighbourhoods Plan. Can I ask, Councillor Biondi, before I ask for your reason for that, when you say investigate the possibility as part of the Safer Neighbourhoods Plan, is that in relation to a review of that plan? Because I think, I'll just check with Mr Doyle, have we got a review of the Safer Neighbourhoods Plan coming up?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon, not imminently.
All right, so not imminently. On that basis, Mr Doyle, how would this work? If it's investigate the possibility for the use of it as part of the Safer Neighbourhoods Plan, would that be interpreted by the staff as meaning it would be investigated as part of one of the sub-programs within the Safer Neighbourhoods Plan? that currently exists. Is that how that would be looked upon?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. I'm just hurriedly bringing up the Safe Neighbourhoods Plan in front of me as we speak. I suspect what we would seek to do is to align the motion to an existing element of the Safer Neighbourhoods Plan, of which I think we could possibly do, and bring that into our and bring it into an action as part of our implementation action plan without the need to change the actual Safer Neighbourhoods Plan itself.
All right. Councillor Biondi, you're happy with that? That sounds like it can work.
Yes, I'm happy for that to work. I just wanted to ask for a point of clarification, if I could. Just noting the officer comment under motion 3, it just notes, and this question may have already been answered by the Chief Community Planner. The officer comment says the town's Safer Neighbourhood Plan is scheduled for review and redevelopment next financial year. So I just wanted to double check, is that correct?
Yes, when Mr Doy said it wasn't imminent, he probably thinks that imminent means anything in the next few months or this year, whereas that says next year. Mr Doy?
Well, I'll go with that. That's a little bit embarrassing that you've just caught me out with that. So yes, I'll say that imminent meant tomorrow, and it's not tomorrow, so it's next financial year. So clearly that is advantageous because we can, if there is a need to accommodate it, and that is a clear direction of council, that would be able to be accommodated in that review and redevelopment next financial year.
My apologies, I'm certainly not trying to trip anyone up.
No, that's all fine and well. It's getting late in the evening, so we can't always remember the years of the plans that we've adopted in the past, and when they're next due for review. So all good. So you're happy now with the wording that you've got there. We've got that clarified. Would you now like to read out your reason, and then I'll seek a seconder?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So my reason is exploring the use of fixed and mobile CCTV by WA Police broadens the city's approach to community safety by strengthening coordination with law enforcement and improving situational awareness. It enables more effective monitoring of public spaces, supports timely responses to incidents, and provides adaptable coverage for both ongoing needs and temporary situations, such as events or emerging hotspots, while helping residents and visitors feel safer in their community.
All right, thank you. Can I seek, is there a seconder please for this proposed amendment?
There is. I'm trying to punch the button, but it's not responding. I'm sorry.
Right, so Councillor Ingram is indicating that he would wish to second it, so we'll get the minute taker to lock that in. Thank you. I think we all might be experiencing some computer gremlins. I've been experiencing some inability for my voting to be counted, so all fun and games tonight. All right, so it has a seconder. Councillor Biondi, did you wish to speak further to your proposed amendment at this time?
Yes, I'll just make a couple of comments. Just in considering what the residents who raised motion 3 were trying to get at as part of their motion, I think it was in, talking to them, from my understanding, it is that they just want to have more coverage from a WA police perspective. So investigating whether our fixed, existing or additional CCTV cameras and possibly mobile CCTV cameras can plug into the WA police system, I think is a logical step to responding to the residents' concerns. I don't want to preempt anything that might prejudice me in moving this amendment, but I will just say I am aware that there are perhaps sections of the community and even elected members who might be concerned with surveillance and what that actually means. So in trying to just consider that, I think it would be appropriate to consider those concerns as part of a review in the Safer Neighbourhoods Plan, where we as elected members and also staff might be able to just have a robust discussion around that. And really, I'm just trying to open up the opportunity for us to talk about this further as a council to respond to our residents. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Biondi. Councillor Ingram is the seconder. Do you wish to speak on this?
Yes, briefly. Thank you, Mayor. I think it's important to remember in the perspective of considering this amendment, we also happen to have one of the largest and longest entertainment sectors that exists in WA as a sort of main street up and down Albany Highway. So I think looking at an investigation of how the resources we have can be best utilised is something that's really worth considering. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Ingram. As I've done with all other matters this evening, are there any questions about this proposed amendment that anyone would like to ask? Councillor Gordon-Manley.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. From reviewing the responses, the additional CCTV trailer potentially can cost up to $100,000. This potential, obviously, it could be lower or higher. Which program would this be applied to, and how much would that increase potentially that program? So Safer Neighbourhoods Plan, which specifically under that would it be applied to? Which scheme?
Mr. Doy.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. It would sit as part of the Safer Neighbourhoods program, and I guess as a council, that's the level that you would see it in any contemplation of budget. It's probably likely just to sit as a line item underneath that program rather than forming an overall sub-program of work within the Safer Neighbourhoods Plan. But the answer is probably yet to be determined. I'm not certain.
Okay.
Anything further, Councillor Gordon-Manley?
No, thank you at this stage. That's fine.
Anyone else who's got any questions about this item? Deputy Mayor Miles.
Can I just understand, investigating the possibility of fixed and or mobile CCTV, would that just be like a cost thing? So looking at how much it would cost to do that, or is there more work involved than looking at costs?
I'm going to go to Mr. Doy and ask how would the administration understand that? Would it be more than a, I guess, preliminary level of investigation? How would that be seen? And then I would go back to Councillor Biondi to see if that's what she understood.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. My preliminary view would be that the investigation would first be locational. So we would need to be investigating the preferred locations for any CCTV intervention, regardless of whether they're permanent or temporary. It would be the first question we would ask would be where, and there would need to be probably a criteria that would support, or a methodology that would support the where, like a good rationale. After that, it would be then determining in partnership with our operations team around the capability of that location to support CCTV with existing services, views, etc. And then that would help us determine permanent or temporary infrastructure as well. And then there's probably other considerations I can't think of off the top of my head, and all of those things would feed into cost estimates. Yeah, and it'd probably be some type of prioritisation as well around locations for council to consider.
Councillor Biondi, is that what you had in mind?
Yes, just in response to that, it's more, what I had in mind was more to just explore the idea, and which we've already started doing in essence here tonight, which sort of demonstrates to me, yes, we need to talk about it more, and we should do it as part of the Safer Neighbourhoods Plan.
All right. Deputy Mayor Miles, did that answer your question by Mr. Doy, sort of? Further questions?
Yeah, given that a lot of these amendments we've been asking how much staff time and capacity, staff time it would take and whether we had the capacity, does the staff have a opinion on time taken and capacity to achieve?
Ms Labicus.
I think it's important for us to consider the staff capacity on a holistic, so going out and understanding the technology set that you may use, getting prices for that, that's kind of the simple bit, but making sure that we've got the back office support as well. So this, as the minute you start to expand out your CCTV network, you start to run into PRIS implications and other things. So we have to make sure that we've got the right processes and procedures to look at approval of viewing, delegated authority and all the bits that hang in and around it. So whilst the investigation to get pricing is the easy bit, depending on how many and what we're expecting would tell us that back office staff implication.
Deputy Mayor Miles.
Is there a step in between? Because the scoping part that you talked about, is that what you're talking about, or you're talking about the implementation part? I'm just how, like, I'm just trying to understand how much extra pressure this might or might not add to your workload.
Ms Labicus.
I'm talking about the implementation. So once we actually start to get new cameras on board, what does the security look like around them? What does the, how do we actually download? How do we access? Do we want it externally monitored? Do we want to capture it in a, sort of at the device? There's lots of things that we need to work through.
Mr Doyle.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. And to add to what was just said as well, I would also say that the way that I read the motion is for an investigation into the possibility, and to consider that as part of the Safer Neighbourhoods Plan. As part of that investigation of the possibility is an investigation into the resources that it would take, as well as costs. Because really, it's very difficult for me or the COO to answer that tonight. But that investigation would give us a good understanding, and then we would be able to test that with council through the appropriate process, probably a budgeting process, as to whether council were supportive to proceed with the cost and resourcing required to do it.
Deputy Mayor Miles.
So I wasn't really asking about the implementation. I understand that there potentially would be a lot of cost, but so just for this part, you're saying it would not be, you would consider the cost for implementation, but just for investigating the possibility, it would be a bit of scoping and a bit of prices, and that would not be too much of a burden or imposition. But potentially the adopting something might be, but this part is not. Is that what you're saying?
Mr Doyle.
There would be resourcing implication to do the investigation. I don't know how much that would be, but it would be obviously significantly less than acting on the actual work. So part of the investigation is to figure that out. Yes, that would take some time.
All right, any further questions from anyone about this proposed amendment? If there are no further questions, I'll do what I've done for the rest of the evening and ask formally, is there any dissent to this proposed amendment? All right, so we have indicator of dissent, so we'll move to debate. Councillor Cruiser, if you'd like to lead the debate and dissent.
Thank you. I understand people's desire for safety, particularly at times when increasing inequality is leading to fractures in our community. I understand why residents asked for this, and I understand why Councillor Biondi wants to pick it up and spend time considering how to respond. I know that CCTV makes people feel safer, but the evidence on whether or not it actually makes people safer is mixed. And even when CCTV serves one of its main functions, which is to allow police to apprehend someone and lay charges, the impact on community safety is short-term at best. Sending people to jail sadly does not, in most cases, rehabilitate them. It doesn't make our communities safer in the long term. At the same time as we consider this, we're seeing a massive investment in surveillance around Australia at multiple levels of government in multiple areas, at the same time as state governments around Australia are increasingly criminalising protest. And while we're seeing government surveillance used in worrying ways overseas as well, we can see what this actually enables. I am not comfortable working to expand the network of government surveillance at any level of government. Ultimately, I want us to invest in measures that help us to build real safety from the ground up. That means doing everything we can at the local government level to support community cohesion, to address inequality, and to support at-risk young people. There is a lot of evidence that shows that this works and this makes our community safer. Every time we make a small choice to spend money or officer time on surveillance, that is a choice not to spend that money or officer time on investigating or funding other ways to make our community safer. And I think that at the moment, that is what we need. We need to look at the real causes of threats to community safety. We need to look at what builds real, deep senses of safety and connection. And so I ask you to vote against this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cruiser. Is there someone who now wishes to speak in favour of the proposed amendment? I'm happy to speak in favour of the proposed amendment at this time. I think asking the CEO to investigate the possibility of this is no different to some of the amendments we've already heard tonight, directing the CEO to investigate or explore other options. We've clearly had members of our community who came to the annual meeting of Electors, and Councillor Gordon Manley reminded us we need to listen to what they have to say. And so we had some lovely people who came to tell us that they wanted to make sure that we were participating in the automatic vehicle licence plate numbering program, which, as it turns out, they probably weren't aware that we already are and have been for several years. And obviously they had an interest in whether we could have a standalone trial of a single CCTV, monitored pole for a particular purpose. Whilst that particular motion was passed by the electors, I think what Councillor Biondi's amendment is seeking to demonstrate is that our Safer Neighbourhoods Plan is the right mechanism for us to test our ideological thinking on the use of modern technology like CCTV and where its role is in playing for the creation of safer neighbourhoods. So I see that it's an investigation into the possibility of the use of both fixed and or mobile CCTV. It is noted that it's for use by WA Police. The WA Police already relies on local government to play an important role in policing, greater than simply local road safety, but on the basis of wider neighbourhood safety. So exploring this, I think as part of the Safer Neighbourhoods Plan, is likely to be a conversation we would have anyway. And if I'm not mistaken, when we develop things like the Safer Neighbourhoods Plan, we'll go out to our community, we will survey them, we will ask them for their feedback. And we regularly do receive feedback from members of the community that they would like to see more CCTV available in the town for what they consider to be a perception of safety as well as a feeling of safety. So in those circumstances, I feel like it's a fairly simple request. I don't think it binds us to anything at this point in time. We'll work out what that will mean if we have the discussion. So I'm always open to exploring possibilities, which I would hope everyone is, and I would hope that we would consider that when our community says that this is something that they've got an interest in, we're taking note. So that's why I'll be supporting the amendment. Is there someone now who wishes to speak against the proposed amendment? Anyone who else wishes to speak for or against? If there's none, I'll be going back to Councillor Biondi to close the debate. Deputy Mayor Miles.
I can't see with those glasses. Oh, sorry. I share some of Councillor Cruz's concerns around the use of CCTV. However, I also note that we have, we've had incidences of vandalism, and we are using mobile CCTV at Elizabeth Bailey Park. And as the Mayor noted, we do get a lot of inquiries and conversations around having more CCTV. So I actually feel like this is a good opportunity to have a look at what it would cost, what the scope is, whether it's appropriate, perhaps whether it's not appropriate, and consider that as part of the Safer Neighbourhoods Plan. Potentially the staff will have other options. Potentially they'll have good reasons for us to pursue this, possibly something else. I feel like it is important to have a conversation, and so I support this amendment.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Miles. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak either for or against before we close the debate? No indications. So, Councillor Biondi, to close the debate.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. My final pitch, just going through some of the matters that were raised by Councillor Crozer. Thank you for your comments. I understand the point around perception of safety versus actual safety. The essence of this motion is really to try and see if we can level up, and if there's scope to work with WA Police. There is a concern amongst our community around criminal behaviour. My understanding is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that with respect to assailants who are travelling through the town of Victoria Park on foot, they may not necessarily be in a vehicle. They may not be captured because our CCTV network isn't plugged into the State Operations Command Centre. And if you're a seasoned criminal, you might just be aware of that and come and hide in the town of Victoria Park. So really I'm trying to address that community concern, and I'm very open, and I would imagine as other elected members that we should absolutely be having a conversation around surveillance and being overly surveilled. So hence why I'm putting forward the idea of a broader conceptual and ideological discussion around this as part of the Safer Neighbourhoods Plan. And just one final point I will make as well. This is not an exclusionary motion by virtue of the wording. We, of course, as part of the Safer Neighbourhoods Plan, will explore and discuss, I would hope, other measures for community safety and enhancing community safety. And I'm very open to that discussion and not just relying on CCTV. So I urge elected members to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Biondi. If everyone could now please vote in relation to this proposed amendment. Thank you. My computer's not registering my vote, so I'll ask the minute taker to cast my vote in favour of the amendment. Thank you. If there's anyone else who has the same problems, you've just heard how I've addressed it, just let me know by indicating you'd like your vote recorded. Councillor Biondi, in favour, thank you. Councillor Melrosa, you having problems? Okay, are you voting in favour or against? In favour? All right, thank you. Let's vote in favour. All right, that amendment is passed. Those in favour, myself, Mayor Vernon, Councillor Anderson, Deputy Mayor Miles, Councillor Ingram, Councillor Biondi, Councillor Minson, Councillor Melrosa and Councillor Gordon-Manley. Those against, Councillor Cruiser. So that's declared carried. Are there any other amendments that people wish to make to this particular item? This is it, going, gone. It's going to be that last opportunity to make any more amendments to this particular item. I'm not seeing anybody indicating that they want to move any further amendments to this item. So we come back now to the recommendation as amended. And I'm just going to formally cut to the chase and ask, is there any dissent Note there being no dissent, declare that carried. Thank you unanimously. All right, we got there in the end on that one. So thanks everyone for your great contribution to a very useful discussion for the annual meeting of electors' outcomes, and I'm sure many electors will be pleased to know that we spent such a lot of time considering the matters that they brought to our attention. So we now go on to item 12, the Chief Community Planners Reports. 12.1 is adoption of revised local planning policy 31, unhosted short-term rental accommodation and residential buildings, following re-advertising. I know that this is also a highly interesting item. There is a recommendation for Council to adopt the draft revised local planning policy 31. Yes, Councillor Biondi, you've got financial interest declared, so we'll get you to leave the room now. Thank you. Good reminder, the Manager of Governance. So look, I can confirm now, Councillor Biondi has left the council chamber and she'll be proceeding to other outrooms. So the recommendation is appearing on page 34 of the agenda. It is to adopt the draft local planning policy 31, unhosted short-term rental accommodation and residential buildings at attachment 1. I'm not going to read all of the rest of the terms of the recommendation, but they are to include acknowledging the submissions received from the community and also requesting a report be brought back to the December meeting to provide council with further details about the number of properties by that stage in the town on the short-term accommodation register held by the state government at that stage. So can I formally seek a mover and a seconder for the officer's recommendation? Still seeking a seconder. And again, if elected members are having trouble with the voting system, not indicating that your vote has been registered, please let me know in the usual way. All right, that's now been seconded by Councillor Minson. Councillor Gordon-Manley, do you wish to speak to the item? No? All right, Councillor Minson, do you wish to speak to the item?
No, but I would like to move an amendment.
Yep, all right. You're seeking to move an amendment. We'll hear your amendment now. Thank you.
Thank you. So my amendment is that the recommendation is amended as follows. 1, deletion of point 1b. 2, addition of a new point 1b, removing area 4 Albany Highway, East Victoria Park at clause 5.1a and appendix 1, and making consequential amendments to refer to areas 1 to 3 rather than areas 1 to 4. Point 3, addition of a point 1c, adding a new clause 5.8 as follows. Any development approval granted beyond the initial 12-month period is to be for a maximum of 5 years. Prior to the expiry of the 5-year approval period, an applicant may apply for a further 5-year development approval.
All right. So I think the Minutes Secretary has kindly put up the whole of your amendment so we can actually see what the recommended resolution of council would look like with your proposed amendments incorporated into it. So now going to formally ask you, would you like to read out your reasons for moving this amendment?
Yes, thank you, Matt. So the intent is to achieve 2 things. 1, the removal of Area 4, Albany Highway, East Victoria Park, and 2, the reinstatement of a clause for a rolling approval time period for short-term rental accommodation. The reason for which is to minimise the number of long-term unhosted STRA properties within the town in unsuitable locations, and to ensure management control is maintained with local government perpetually, with the objective of maximising suitable housing availability for longer-term community members.
All right, thank you. I now seek, is there a seconder for this proposed amendment? All right. So that's been seconded by Councillor Cruiser. Councillor Minson, do you want to speak now to your amendment?
Thank you, Matt. So just to reiterate my principal reason for reducing the number of areas where short-term rental accommodation is approved within the town of Victoria Park is to simply just to reduce the number of these properties operating within the town and to ensure that they are in the areas most appropriate for short-term rentals. A thriving local community and economy will be built and maintained by our long-term local residents. We are in a rental and housing affordability crisis. The current residential vacancy rate in our area is estimated to be around 1%, which is extremely tight. The number of current registered short-term rentals in Vic Park was represented as 1.4%. So this is a significant portion of the housing stock, so it would over double, I guess, the current vacancy rate if it wasn't there for short-term rental. And that doesn't capture unregistered short-term rentals, nor any future short-term rentals either that could be coming down the pipeline. So on that point, we've seen, and it's noted in the officer's report, that we've had a 14% increase in the number of registered STRA properties in just the last 5 months. So having these properties available for communities members to live in long term, either owned or rented, would go a long way in addressing housing availability and affordability. So Area 4, which is the bit that I'm proposing to remove, is a residential area either side of Albany Highway in East Victoria Park. And that area represents a large portion of the town's lower density housing stock. Those are properties which are greatly valued by the community for their amenity and location. This location includes properties with backyards and close to schools, which should be enjoyed by homes as homes by families and community members, rather than for short-term rentals. In my anecdotal experience over the last few months, Elizabeth Bailey Park and the house, which is noted as that's the tourism draw card for the area, but my experience is that area is being loved by local residents and families, and we should continue to encourage and promote that. The 3 areas which remain represent the denser areas of the town, closer to the city, stadium, casino and river, which I see as more appropriate for short-term rental. The reason to include a maximum development approval time period of 5 years is to ensure management control is maintained with the town perpetually. This isn't needed to control poorly managed short-term rental accommodation, as that can be enforced under the proposed management plans in the LPP. But without a time limit, a type of ratcheting mechanism would be at play with permanent approvals for properties and no limit on any future properties applying. So while we may have 1.4% of properties registered for short-term rentals currently, this number will continue to increase, as has been shown by the latest data, and without a time limit, this would leave the town and council with limited options on how to control future total numbers of short-term rentals and where they are located as well. So while this has some resourcing implications, they've been noted as minor, and the cost is offset by the required development application fee, and can be further managed by high rates potentially for short-term rental properties, which has been foreshadowed within the officer's report and recommendation. So finally, I'd just also like to draw the council's attention to the town of Bayswater draft short-term rental accommodation local planning policy, which is actually proposing an even tighter time frame of 3 years. And thanks for Councillor Miles for pointing that out to me. I'd hope you support this amendment to promote a stronger community in the town of Victoria Park. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Minson. Councillor Cruiser is the seconder. Would you like to be heard?
Councillor Minson has provided an excellent overview of the many reasons why it is a good idea to restrict the number of STRAs that we have in the community, and the importance of ensuring that homes are available for people to live in long term in our community. I did also want to note that when it comes to these changes that we're proposing, that people in the community have talked about the benefit of having short-term rental accommodation available. This does not mean that that will no longer be the case, even where it's restricted, even when it's not allowed in particular areas, as well as the properties that have an existing approval. It's really important to remember that people can still rent out their homes when they're on holiday. They can still rent out their homes for short periods. They can also still rent out spare rooms, granny flats, and other spaces. So we can still have many of the benefits of having people who might want to come and stay and spend money locally and connect with local community without having to give up whole homes purely to straws. So I think that adding these restrictions gives a lot of possibilities for having the best of both worlds.
Thanks, Councillor Cruiser. So I'm going to formally ask, is there any dissent to what is being planned, or are there people who've got questions, given that this is a significant amendment? Might go with questions first before I formally ask. Councillor Ingram, you've indicated you've got questions.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vernon. Just with regards to the wording in Part 3 at the last arm of it, where it refers to prior to the expiry of 5-year approval period, an applicant may apply for a further 5-year development approval. Is that limiting to a singular additional 5-year approval in the current way that it's framed?
So I'm going to go to Councillor Minson first, since you drafted it, your thoughts on it, and then I will in fairness ask Mr Doy what the town staff understand by it.
Thank you. No, that's not my intent. My intent is that it can, forever be reapplied to with no total limit. I did rely upon the town's kind of wording advice to get that exact intent in there. So, but I'm happy for it to be clarified if required.
All right, Mr Doy.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Our view and understanding is the same as what Councillor Minson just described.
All right, so Mr Doy, is the town satisfied that a ordinary member of the public reading this policy would understand it in that way, that they can apply after 5 years, but it's not that there'll just be one 5-year extension after the first approval? Noting, of course, that the town might, in its discretion, decide that a particular applicant is not to be given 5 years at the beginning. They might be given 2 years or 3 years for a particular reason. Mr Doy?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. Yes, that is open to us. I am satisfied that would be understood, but then equally as happy for it to be further described. But from my perspective, I understood it to mean 5, potentially plus 5, potentially plus 5. Yep.
All right, that's fine. So, Councillor Ingram, does that answer your question? Yep. All right, thank you. I do have a question. I think this relates to information that came via the further consideration part. I'm just scrolling down to it. Sorry, my computer is a little bit slow. Yes, so paragraph 24 of the further consideration, where it was asked for the officers to clarify whether re-advertising would be required in planning terms, noting that the LPP was initially advertised with broader areas, then re-advertised with the reduced areas, and that submissions received indicate support for expanding rather than further restricting the areas. And the officer's view is that if the intent is to now have more than 3 areas by including one of the previous areas, then as this area has previously been advertised for inclusion, it wouldn't require re-advertising. Alternatively, if it's now proposed to add an area that did not form one of the 7 areas originally proposed and advertised, this would require re-advertising. So my question that follows from that is, Councillor Minson's proposed amendment, as I understand it, is to take a further area out that has been advertised for inclusion. Does that mean we have to re-advertise? Mr Doy.
It's administration's view that that would not require re-advertising.
All right, thank you. Councillor Minson.
If I may just supply a comment there, that the re-advertising actually was just with the 3 areas, was my understanding, and that this town report added back in the 4, and I'm taking it back out again as advertised.
All right, thank you. Thanks for the clarification. And I had one final question. In relation to this policy, I note the policy itself doesn't have a clause for review of the policy. So I have a couple of questions. Firstly, does the Planning and Development Act of 2015 require a local planning policy to be reviewed on a particular periodic review provision? And if not, is it open to council to make a part of the resolution a date for review of this policy in the future? Mr. Dewey.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. The answer to your first question is no, and the answer to your second question is yes, it is open to council.
All right, thank you. So on that basis, I would like to ask Councillor Minson, would you be prepared to consider a further addition to your proposed amendment that added a point 4, which is that the recommendation be amended, point 4, by the addition of a requirement for LPP 31 to be reviewed after 2 years after its adoption. So that would be in 2 years from now. So I could, I suppose, have said, couldn't I, if I could add up at this time of night, I could have said by no later than June 2028, which would be just over 2 years from now. Would that be something you'd be willing to see included? Because otherwise I'm happy to move it as a separate amendment, and you might not wish it to be included.
No, I'm comfortable for that inclusion, but could I just ask one question of the town? Just to clarify, so a review of that LPP then would come back to council if any changes were proposed?
Yes, look, I mean, it certainly wouldn't be my view that if council passed a resolution which would become point 4, namely request the CEO conduct a review of the policy and report to council by no later than 30 June or June 2028. I could certainly frame it in that way, so it wouldn't just be review, but it would mean come back to council. I suppose, in a sense, if it didn't include a come back to council, I think Mr. Doyle might correct me if I'm wrong, but the staff would probably take it that a review would have to somehow be reported upon to council, that the review had been conducted in some way, shape or form. Would that be your understanding if we didn't include a requirement for a report back to council?
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. If council wanted to be certain that it came back to council to be considered, I would suggest that the resolution does include or is specific that it should come back to council via report. And the reason for that is that in a couple of years when, or 2 or 3 years, whatever the amendment says, when we do undertake our review, administration may determine in that review that no changes are needed, and that does happen. And where we report on that in those instances is via our our quarterly performance reporting. You'll see that there. Where we determine that changes do need to be made, that's when we seek council's endorsement of those changes. So I would, if you definitely want it under any circumstance to see it, I would suggest putting that in the resolution.
Yeah. So I'm happy for those words to go in. What I just crafted really quickly is that point 4 to your amendment would read, by the addition of the following words, quote, request the CEO to review LPP 31 in 2 years and bring a report back to council by no later than June 2028 would be the proposed wording that I'm considering. So that would then mean the final bit down the bottom would have a 0.4 with those words in it. Councillor Minson, is that something that you're happy to accommodate? Because I don't yet know if your seconder would be happy to include that. All right, so...
I'm comfortable. Yep.
All right, thanks, Councillor Minson. Councillor Cruiser as the seconder, is that something you'd be willing to accommodate? Thank you. Just pass that over now to the Minutes Secretary to quickly include that. So I think unless anybody is unclear about what I'm proposing gets added in, we'd be moving forward from there. Deputy Mayor Miles?
Could I just quickly ask, is there a reason for 2 years?
Simply because I note that we're getting a report back to Council at the end of this calendar year. It's proposed that will give us the updated numbers of the number of properties that are now registered on the statewide STRA register, the number of properties that failed to get registration. I think that's part of the current resolution that appears. And so that's going to be a data-driven report. But I feel like in 2 years' time, this scheme that the state government has started for STRAs to be registered, if they're going to be longer than 90 days, will then be 2 years in operation. We should be able to, consider how it's gone, but equally, if times have changed, and reviewing the policy at that 2 year point might suggest that we've learned quite a lot, or a lot of things have changed in the world around us. So bringing it back at the 2 year mark might suggest that after that, Council of the Day might decide we don't need to look at this policy again for 5 years. So 2 was a little bit arbitrary. I'm open to someone else to say they think there's a better time window. Deputy Mayor
Could I
Miles?
just ask whether the staff have an opinion on whether 2 years, not necessarily that we would agree with their opinion?
Absolutely. Mr. Doy, do you have a view about that?
Yes, I think council should agree with our opinion, but no, sorry, Mayor Vernon. 2's fine. 2 years is fine. Yep.
All right. I think we've got that typed in now. Yeah. So we think so. All right, good. So that works out. So we can now see what that looks like. Are there any other questions that people wanted to ask about the proposed amendment by Councillor Minson? No one's got any more questions. So I'm going to formally ask now, is there any dissent to what's being proposed? No, not seeing any dissent. So on that basis, I'll declare the amendment has been carried unanimously. Thank you. So we now go back to the substantive recommendation as it's been amended, and I'll formally ask, is there any dissent? No, there being no dissent, we'll declare that carried unanimously also. Thank you. So thanks everyone for that. Appreciate that. And we'll now invite Councillor Biondi to come back. All right, we're now moving on, having completed item 12.1. Item 13 is the Chief Operations Officer reports. 13.1 has been dealt by exception resolution. 14 is the Chief Financial Officer reports. 14.1 and 14.2 have been dealt with by exception resolution. 15, committee reports. There are none. 16, applications for leave of absence. I haven't been notified of any as yet. Is anyone seeking a leave of absence? No, everybody loves it here. That's great. That's what I like to hear. Item 17, motion of which previous notice has been given. We have 3. Exciting times. So 17.1 is actually a motion from myself regarding the Kent Street Sandpit restoration project, investigation of potential additional infrastructure. On the basis of the officer response to my notice of motion, I'm still going to move a notice of motion, but I am going to seek to change the wording. And I do that with a bit of a heavy heart, but I feel like if I don't seek to change the wording, well, actually, I'm sorry, I'm debating with myself as to whether I present my original motion and then potentially hear your thoughts, and then I have to look at crafting some changes to it, or whether I put forward what I have proposed it could look like. Look, I'm going to put it exactly, I've just make a decision, I'm just going to put it as I initially lodged it, and then I foreshadowed that I might be looking at refining something in the wording of it. So my motion is that Council 1 requests the Chief Executive Officer to investigate the feasibility of constructing a multi-purpose facility with public toilets adjacent to the proposed car park as part of the Kent Street Sandpit restoration project to be used for the purpose of community education about the Jeddarup Bushland Precinct and the Kent Street Sandpit restoration, and 2, request the CEO to bring a report to Council by June 2026 regarding the high-level options for construction of such a facility, including estimated costs. I'll briefly state my reasons that we've been talking about the Kent Street Sandpit restoration project now for a really long time. The Jeddarup Bushland Precinct itself is a remarkable biodiversity hotspot in the metropolitan area. This restoration is a unique ecological project to restore Banksia woodland in an inner city urban area, and it will likely take about a decade for the restoration of the Banksia woodland. I note that it's also an important cultural, historical project for us as well, to recognise First Nations people. We want to encourage people to visit the bushland and to appreciate both the ecological and cultural significance. And apart from the restoration of the Banksia woodland, this project, as presently designed, already includes the installation of accessible pathways, a viewing platform, yarning circles and a car park. The addition of a modest building, which is what I contemplated, that could be used for education about all aspects of the restoration project and the history of the precinct, would, in my view, be an invaluable asset for our community long into the future. We're at that stage now with regards to this project where it hasn't proceeded as yet to go out to tender for the first of the hard infrastructure, which is the accessible pathways and the viewing platform and the like. So there's an opportunity, as the project currently undergoes a technical review of the design, to simply consider whether we would look at some stage in the future of adding to this project with a structure of some sort for the purpose I've outlined. So that would be my reason for wanting us to start to consider investigating the feasibility of this now. So that's my reason. Is there someone who is willing to second my motion? That's seconded by Councillor Anderson. So I now just speak really briefly. And I will say this, I'm going to actually address some of the stuff that's in the officers' report in speaking to it. I recognise that the officers have probably at one level said something I didn't want to hear, which was a recommendation that the project proceed as it currently is without the inclusion of such a facility. But I do want to make clear, I'm not looking at this facility to go in the 26-27 budget. This is a long-term project. Town's officers have told me in previous discussions at community events associated with the Kent Street Sandpit site in the Jeddarup that restoring the bushland will probably take a decade. Clearly, we'd like to get our accessible pathways and the like built so we can get underway with community planting days in the future and start growing that urban forest that we really want down there. And so if it's such a long-term project, then there is so much to be gained by at least revisiting the idea now as to whether a facility of some description could go there, and if so, when it could go there and what it might look like. And even though I've tried to describe this, and I've probably done that poorly by calling it a multi-purpose facility, I want to make it clear I'm not looking for the Taj Mahal. I was actually intending something really quite modest that just might be a place where people gather when they arrive, learn something about the project and the history of the site before setting off into the bushland. Whether or not that could be something where our friends of Jerderup, you know, after they've done their weeding, they come and down their tools and they have a cup of tea and they think about the work that they just done. Whether it's a place where school groups meet in the future to go and set off and do expeditions into the bushland or not. It's realistically, I had something very modest in mind. I note that there was officer commentary about we don't need any more meeting spaces because our social infrastructure strategy says we have plenty of meeting rooms. This was not intended to be a meeting room. This was really intended to be a visitor education type centre of sorts. Now, Councillor Minson gratefully pointed out to me that he mentioned something like an open air style pavilion where history of the site might be located and people could still gather at that spot and meet before they went off to do other things. I really think that those things could be considered, and I am willing to actually see a refinement of the words of my motion become something as simple a starting point as that we will request the CEO to hold a concept forum for elected members for the purpose of discussing a potential future addition to the Kent Street Sandpit restoration project of a particularly modest building, and to request the CEO to bring a report back to Council by December this year regarding the outcome of the concept forum, which then leaves it open to the administration to put it on the concept forum list when they've got some time, and to bring back a report to us to tell us if we've had fruitful discussions and how we could map a way forward and what that might include. So I'm willing to see my motion reduced down to that if that's what it took to gain some support from elected members, because I do note that the officers have indicated that they are not supportive of a general feasibility with some kind of high-level report back in June. It's been recommended by the Chief Operations Officer team that if there was to be a feasibility, it should be a full feasibility, and that will include some geotechnical work and it will include budget, and none of that currently is planned for, and that there would then need to be further steps. So maybe we need to have a longer discussion about that at a concept forum before we take it further. So that's where I'm at. That's me. Councillor Anderson as the seconder. I'm grateful to hear your thoughts on it.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. I feel very excited by this opportunity to discuss the possibility of having, you know, something that is simple and a place that for community to gather, particularly on those days when we have planting days, when the Friends of Jerderup, they get together and they have their volunteers. It's a place for them to come, as you know, the Mayor said about having a cup of tea and a biscuit. It has a sense of community. I don't see it as being a complex structure. I see it holding the history of the place, of the bushland, you know, right from the very beginning, and some of the challenges that have been faced and what happened when there was, you know, when the fire went through, and then the process of revegetating, and then what happens when fire occurs in bushland, and how that then stimulates other plants to grow, and from a cultural and Indigenous perspective. I think that, you know, I think coming to a concept forum would be great, because then we can build the vision for this as well and incorporate it at the time when we are, you know, looking at planning right from the beginning. I wouldn't like to see us miss this opportunity and then down the track think, well, now we'll plan, but there may not be the right space or the right allocation. I think in the planning stages is when the discussions should go ahead, and it could be a really beautiful vision that we create, you know, for the bushland, because it's a wonderful asset, and we want schools to come and we want the community to come and really connect and be part of it and volunteer and you know, experience this asset in our town. And I think having a place to gather is one aspect of that.
Thanks, Councillor Anderson. Is there anyone who wants to speak against or people who've got questions. So I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor Miles first.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Regarding, so are we working off your amended?
No, I've put up the motion and it's been seconded as it is, but I've spoken to it by saying I'd be willing to consider refining it down to less than what it is if that was of interest to elected members. Clearly, I'm looking for ways and means for elected members to indicate to me whether that's something they're interested in, because if they're not, then it will end up being voted upon as it is.
Okay.
So that's
Okay.
how I'm looking at
So
it.
I had a question. In your suggested rewording, you said have a concept forum that comes back to a report to council in December. So how soon after a concept forum, how, working backwards, when would the concept forum need to be for a report to be ready to come to council in December at the latest?
Do you want me to direct that to the staff?
Yes, please.
All right, so I'll go to Ms Labicus. So if it was a report to come to council in December, it would have to be ready by the last week. Actually, it'd have to be ready by the second last week in November, because we always meet 1 week earlier in December. So agenda briefing forum is usually the last week of November. So I guess it would have to be, report would have to be ready by mid-November. I don't know when you would want to suggest a concept forum would be held between now and then, but you've clearly got more than 6 months to hold the concept forum. Ms Labicus, any thoughts?
From our point of view, it's better for us to be able to translate the vision in the first instance, so that we can we can then start to work up what that means from a servicing point of view, what it means from a footings point of view, what it means from a monitoring, and also at the moment we are just starting that process to realign some of the pathways and other things in response to the DFES requirements and the requirements of the traditional owners and the cultural groups around the locations of the yarning circles and other things. So for me, it would be better for us to schedule that in the next, so 1 to 2 months, so that we can work out how to bring that forward, how to syndicate it with the project steerco, how to work through the level of investigation that it would need and what it looks like from the existing approvals.
And I feel like you possibly asked my second question that I hadn't asked yet, but and this is also a question for the mayor. What would your understanding be of the concept forum? That we'd literally discuss the idea, or that there'd be some kind of technical information presented, or what is your vision, and how does the staff understand that and respond to that?
Well, I guess obviously I haven't told the staff what I thought concept forum would look like, because I'm doing this on the basis that, I have heard some feedback from elected members who find it an exciting opportunity but are concerned about the staff's response to my notice of motion. So for me, if it was a concept forum, I think it's an open discussion to find out if we've got an appetite as a council to begin to plan this into a potential future project. So at a concept forum, I would imagine that there would be a short presentation about the site, noting that 1/3 of our council is new and has not seen any previous presentations on the actual project. So although those members of council may have knowledge of the project, they won't have probably seen some of the background. So I'd expect there would be some brief presentation of what the endorsed plan looks like, how it's going to work. I would expect Ms Labicus's team would give us a bit of an update on where they're at the moment with what is the technical review of the designs, because I understand some things have come to light that have suggested we've needed to relook at what we're doing in there. So we would get a bit of an update, and that would probably be beneficial for all elected members. And then I think Ms Labicus's team has already indicated in the officer report in response to my motion that if there was to be a full feasibility, that would need to include at a minimum as a starting point, some geotechnical investigations, including landfill gas assessment. The reality is, if, as I read it, and I'm sure Ms Libicus will correct me if I'm wrong, if a landfill gas assessment said there's landfill gas here and you actually, DWER won't approve any non-permeable structure, like something that, you know, a slab of anything with any structure on it, that would literally be the end of it. But it's equally the case that Ms Libicus's team has said, if you want to have something like this as a stage of this project, meaning expanding the scope, going to need a business case. But you'd have to do your groundwork first to even work out if it's feasible, to then have a business case for the type of concept that elected members would be interested in. So I don't yet know if there's enough of an appetite from elected members to ideate what this could be and what they're willing to ask the staff to consider looking at next. So that would be my intention for the purpose of the discussion. Some people might have a view that this could always only ever be something light touch, and other people might be of the view this could be something that grows into something bigger, with a view to it being a project in year 5 or 6 into the future from now. But work would need to be done to build that into an actual project for the council, because right at the moment it isn't. And yeah, like I say, not proposing that there be anything too hard for the presentation, and Ms Libicus suggests a concept forum in coming months. I didn't want to be prescriptive about when that would happen because I don't know what's on the concept forum future topic list. Does that help with my intention about what would be involved?
So are you saying that you would want the feasibility study and the technical stuff as part of the concept forum, or we'd have the concept forum and then that would happen after?
I don't think I want to do that. I mean, the officer response says the technical studies would take upwards of, well, potentially up to $300,000. We don't have a budget for that. And we would have to be certain that we want to do that investigation, and maybe that would be something that goes in a future budget for that work to be done. And maybe at the concept forum we can actually be given an update on what geotechnical assessment work was done in the past at that site, because I have a recollection of the former Chief Operations Officer telling council that an amount of geotechnical testing work was done out at the site. I just don't remember what it was or how extensive it was. So that could then lead us. But no, I don't want that work done before we meet, because we don't have a budget for that. I'd be having to propose that we allocate that kind of money now in order to let the staff do that work. So, yep.
And so the Chief Operating Officer said from a reporting point of view it would need to happen in the next couple of months. Could the staff, because also I don't know what the schedule is for concept forums, but I did understand that we were kind of full, or mostly full, until the end of the year. So from a practical and inserting things and what would the scope be to actually bring a concept forum about this to the group of elected members?
Oh, we're just bringing up the concept forum list. The Manager of Governance is going to have a look at that. Like I say, I don't know what's on that list. There's space from June, so I'm told. And clearly I would say, you know, at this point in time, April's concept forum is there's a line in the sand run on that, and clearly May is as well. So does that help, Deputy Mayor Miles? Yep. Okay, Councillor Cruiser, you indicated, I think, that you had either some questions or you were opposing. I'm not sure which.
Questions at this stage. I would just like to get a sense from staff about what resourcing would be involved in preparing, and I think this has been partially answered, in preparing a concept forum that could meaningfully talk us through these options, bearing in mind, you know, it's not much good being us being told to talk through some potential ideas if none of them end up being practical. So what would the resourcing implications be, and what would staff have to be pulled away from in order to make that happen?
Ms Libicus?
We currently have a project manager who we've sourced through an external group, who's working on this. He he's working through that detailed design, and he's working through the problem resolution around some of the location and levels and all of that stuff on the pathways at the moment. So he's got a reasonable handle on, what the gaps are in our knowledge, because he's had to sort of unearth that with the changing of people. I think for us, the missing piece is getting into the nuance of some of the environmental approvals. So, can we even contemplate running water pipes through it? Because that's going to trench, that's going to disturb, that's going to do those things. I think it's probably that bit that we haven't got, that we need to work through how we would get that. And that would probably, we would need to start to speak to an environmental consultant for that. Already we've got engaged in the project some other consultants that have been working through, the disability access, those other parts. So we already know that the design, as was previously presented to council, may be problematic. So with all the meandering pathways and that sort of stuff, to be able to get things that are DDA compliant, to make sure that the DFES vehicles can travel on it, is probably not going to be as sort of meandering as it previously was. And so we do need to come back, and once we have all of those insights and have those conversations, I guess I am a little bit nervous about the likelihood of the environmental impacts of disturbing that ground, because I don't believe we've been doing geotech to look at the level to which the ground has been consolidated, but we certainly haven't been looking at any gases or any of that sort of stuff.
Councillor Cruiser, anything further? Deputy Mayor Miles.
Following on just from what you just said, so if this person that you've got in who's relooking at the paths and potentially bringing this back to council, if they were then working on a concept, would they be working on the concept forum and then be taken away from this job? Would it blow out the paths further?
Ms Libicus?
Certainly it would, because we need to understand, to your point earlier, have we got the space? What would that footprint look like? How do we actually then locate the paths in and around that? How do we link in the accessibility around that? So we'd need to understand that vision and understand the servicing of it as well.
Deputy Mayor Miles.
And I also had a question about the planting. When are we going to start planting? And assumably we're not planting the whole site in 1 year. So what is there a planting plan? When are we going to start, and kind of what's the plan incrementally over the next few years, please?
So, Deputy Mayor Miles, I'm not sure that has anything to do with my notice of motion. That's a question you can ask by an elected member request for information, or you can ask it later in tonight's agenda under questions from members without notice about the planting plan for out there.
Can I clarify? What I guess I was hearing statements earlier saying that we're going to miss the opportunity, and if we're not potentially planting this year or next year, I'm curious how we're missing the opportunity. And obviously, if it's going to be planted out this year, it's important that we think about if we want a building. If we're not planning out for the next 5 years, I feel like there's some space to potentially have this concept forum in 4 years or 3 years or 2 years. So I guess that was kind of what I meant.
Okay, I'm not sure that I understood the missing out on the opportunity point the way you did. I don't believe anyone said missing out on the opportunity because planting was imminent. Missing out on the opportunity was more, this project is a long-term project, but we're at the stage now where we haven't progressed it much from the concept design, and because the project is going to take a good number of years after the planting is done to actually reforest the area, the time probably is now to start considering whether we would want to expand the scope of this project beyond what it currently is to include a structure of sorts to be in a particular location, because we've already heard from the officer's response to my motion, this would take some planning. So it's not about missing out on the opportunity to do something before community planting takes place. Community planting will only be able to take place once the accessible pathways are built, and that's when I understand the team will begin planning the planting that would be needed to create the reforestation. That may be several years away, but we don't want to end up having done the accessible pathways, done all the planting, the bushland is halfway grown, and someone says, oh, gee, we should have put some sort of visitor centre or community building here or some place for people to meet, and then a future council is left with trying to retrofit that into the project. So that's what my understanding would have been meant by any use of the words miss the opportunity. Not miss the opportunity to do this and go ahead and build it before community planting takes place. Anything further, Deputy Mayor Miles?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Biondi.
Thanks, Mayor Vernon. I just have some questions, I guess, around the sort of some of the technical matters that were raised in the officer's response to it. And the reason I want to raise this question is, I guess, to maybe help determine if it is possible to, or what our concept forum discussion could look like. So in terms of the contamination, I've had some experience with contamination, but I'm not fully across it. Landfill gases, and I believe there's also mention here of groundwater contamination. Now, groundwater obviously moves into porous elements of the earth. Does the same apply to landfill gases? So, and the reason I ask that question is the contamination classification or the remediated section applies to a specific part of the land, but is it possible that the contamination could go beyond that identified portion of the land?
Ms. Libicus.
I'll have to take that one on notice. Usually there's gas modelling and other things that support these kinds of discussions, but I haven't got that information.
Just another question around bushfire, and I think I mentioned this to you, Mayor Vernon. So I don't understand the site in terms of access arrangements, but to me it looks like there's one road in and one road out, which I understand, or is that incorrect?
Ms. Libicus.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. That's one of the things that we are currently doing in the redesign. So as part of the DFES requirements, you have to have like 2 points of safe exit. And so where we're at the moment is canvassing. There's a piece of land that's got fairly degraded bush forever, and we're trying to work through whether or not we can use that as a second exit point.
Okay,
I think it's also worthwhile understanding, Councillor Biondi, that you've got separate parcels of land there. One is the Bush Forever site known as Kensington Bushland, and the Kent Street Sandpit site at the moment only has, because it's fenced off, only one place where vehicles can enter and exit, and that's at the corner of Etwell Street and Kent Street. There's a little tiny gate there. And the staff use that to go in and out, but there are currently no roads inside the Kent Street Sandpit site, so if you drove a vehicle in there, you would need to have an off-road vehicle to be able to get through it. And obviously the Jerderup Bushland currently has crushed limestone pathways, and they have probably one road entrance which is on the Baron Hay Court side, because there's no road entrance from Harold Roster. That's a foot traffic entrance only at that side. Yep. And the George Street side as well is foot entrance only.
Just another question, if I may, following on from that. So if there are are there issues around access? And if so, does that pose a bushfire risk and enhance, I guess, the feasibility of a building, whether that's open or closed, in terms of its construction?
I think the problem, Councillor Biondi, is that we don't know what a structure would look like. If a structure looked like a building the size of this one, then I'd say yes, there will be accessibility issues into it and out of it. If it's a much smaller structure, there may or there may not be. It depends on where it's located. The current, I call it the plan, shows a very small car park to be formalised at what is the current entrance gate, just off Etwell Street, Kent Street roundabout to get into the site. That shows us formalising a car parking area there with a disabled bay for parking, and the plan includes a viewing platform on the corner of Jarrah Road and Kent Street at the big roundabout there. So there'd be an elevated viewing platform with what I understand from the structure would be accessible access ramps down into the Kent Street Sandpit site. So they're part of stage 2, stage 1 being the weeding and the removal of all the noxious plants. And then obviously the pathways, as Ms Labicka said, for the Kent Street Sandpit site, we're looking at DDA compliance, but also the big debate that we had not last year, but I think maybe the year before, was around DFES telling us what width those pathways had to be and what material they had to be to take a fire truck without sinking. So that was a lot of our discussion, was how we construct pathways inside the sandpit site that would actually withstand emergency services vehicles getting in there. So all of that was investigated at that time, and we understand that some technical work was done, and we kind of approved, as I remember it. I think Councillor Minson will remember because he had a lot to contribute to the conversation. We ended up agreeing that we would be looking at a higher quality spec for the pathways, but then my understanding is since then we've learned technical issues about the subsoil underneath where the pathways will go, etc., etc., and after that it gets beyond me. Then it's over to Ms Labicka. So I think it's fair to say that yes, there are always going to be accessibility issues into and out of this space. Would that be fair to say, Ms Labicka?
Could I ask one final question? Perhaps directed to you as the mover of the NOM. Are you wed to, because just looking at the NOM as presented, it says multi-purpose facility with public toilets adjacent to the proposed car park. Are you open to it maybe being in another location where it is close to the site and potentially less technical issues if we spent a little bit of time looking at that from a feasibility point of view?
Well, I'm certainly open to considering that, Councillor Biondi. The question is how that gets brought forward. And so my view was to do what I've done, which is to request it to be investigated whether it was even feasible and to bring a report back to Council. The officer's response to my motion indicates that there's quite a bit of work that would be done for a feasibility, and it appears they don't recommend a feasibility be done unless it's a full feasibility, which includes geotechnical assessment. It does refer to things like concept plans, but I'm sure Ms Labicka will agree that if geotechnical assessments were agreed to be undertaken and they said you can't build anything here, there'd be no need for concept plans because that would be the end of it. And that might push such a facility to be located in another spot. But it also stands to reason we wouldn't be wanting to site a visitor centre about the Jerderup bushland somewhere well away from the Jerderup bushland. That wouldn't make a lot of sense. If what you're referring to is whether Harold Roster could be used, given there's a structure there and there's a car park there, could something be located there? potentially, but these things would be, in my view, dependent on whether elected members even see any value in having such a structure associated with this space. So if people think the Jerderup bushland should just remain and there's nothing there but a few wayfinding signs into the future, then if that's the wish of this council, that would be this council's wish, noting that a future council may turn around and take a different view and want to put something else there before it's basically built and planted and basically finished. So what it might look like and where it could be located, I'm not wedded to a particular idea. I'd just like to actually know if this is something we would like to explore further. And if we do explore it further, we've got to create a pathway to help the town staff get there. And they might say, you're all in agreement that there should be some sort of structure there. Here are some of the options, but if we're to take that further, the staff might say, you're going to have to do this type of work. That's going to come with a budget, or it's not going to come with a budget. If it has to come with a budget, it will be up to us to decide when that budget would be allocated. Would it be in the next financial year? Would it be in a mid-year budget review? Is it something that can be done, at any budget reallocation at a council meeting? Who knows what that's going to look like? I don't want to preempt it because I don't know what it would be. Does that kind of help?
No, that answers my question, and just in terms of the idea of perhaps moving towards a concept forum. So I asked in that context. Thank you.
Councillor Minson.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Just, I guess, to clarify my position, and I guess it would be in talking to dissent to that motion, but foreshadowing that I'd be in support of a concept forum adjustment to that. And I think December's fine. I think clearly that there's some issues raised by the town that need to be addressed. There's, a disconnect, I think, between what elected members are thinking and what the town is interpreting from that notice of motion. I think there's issues with the contaminated site and the environmental approvals that need to be investigated. And I think, we've got ideas of options, potentially lighter on options that potentially are precluded by the wording of that notice of motion. But I personally think there's a benefit in investigating this further because I think there's a great opportunity to build something worthwhile in that area. So, I'd support looking at this further, and I think, the concept forum is the appropriate mechanism available to us to properly pursue this.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Minson. So I'll take it on the basis that you have spoken against the NOM as it currently stands, but foreshadowed that if it was revised, you would be supportive of it at concept forum level. So thank you for that. Can I actually ask the Chief Operations Officer if what I foreshadowed was a revision to this motion to make it a concept forum with a report back to Council by December 2026 regarding the outcome of the concept forum discussion, do you think that is something that is achievable, or do you think it needs a longer time frame than that, given where things are currently at?
I think that's quite difficult to answer at this point. I guess I would be a little bit more comfortable if we push the December through to the February meeting, just because we don't know what the vision may throw up and what questions we have to answer on the back of that. And I'm also mindful that we'll be simultaneously working through some of the implementation of some of the Elizabeth Bailey recommendations that will similarly impact the PMO group and other areas. So I would prefer to have a little bit more breathing space before we come back, just to buy us a little bit of time to do those things.
All right, thank you. Well, on that basis, if there are no other questions, I'm probably going to seek to refine the wording of this so that we can bring this conversation to a close and then either have people debate it or vote on it. So I'm just going to change the wording of it. The reasoning will remain the same, and I'm just going to send that to everybody now. All right, it's been sent to everyone, so hopefully it lands in inboxes very shortly. There's no message attached to it, it's just the revised wording. I'm hoping that everyone has still got power left in their laptops that they can open it up. But it is now for requesting the CEO to hold a concept forum for elected members for the purposes of discussing a potential future addition to the Ken Street Sandpit restoration project, and otherwise generally speaking as per the original NOM, and to request the CEO to bring a report to Council by February 2027 regarding the outcome of the concept forum. That leaves it open to the staff when they wish to make the concept forum work for them, rather than necessarily holding them to a set date. So that's the revision I propose. Councillor Anderson as the seconder, would you accept that? Yep, okay, so that's accepted. So on that basis, I think I would do like normal to work out whether we're moving to debate. I formally ask, is there any dissent to the proposed notice of motion as it's now been revised? It's just being uploaded. Deputy Mayor Miles, you're in dissent? Yep, all right, so we'll go to debate. You can speak now.
So I wrote some notes based on the original motion, but I feel like a lot of them still stand. So as we've talked about a few times in this meeting, we're currently working through the 2026-27 budget, and we've had a focus on back to basics and funding the fundamentals. And I guess additionally, we spent a lot of time on 11.2 asking questions of the staff regarding cost implications, staffing implications, project implications. And, you know, I guess I have tried to come back to this theme of like back to basics. And we have capital works projects that we're considering that the staff have presented that ideally they would like to be funded this coming financial year, and we are unlikely to be able to allocate funds to every proposed project this financial year. And we have a number of existing buildings that need maintenance, repair, asset replacement within the town. Aqualife, Leisure Life, the Lathlane Football Club, this admin building, the Scout Hall. Even scale back, I guess the conversation or in the messaging in the report is that we are going to be redirecting staff away from the other social infrastructure projects that have been asked for by the community and recognised by the town as priorities: Higgins Park, Club Rooms, Macmillan Precinct, Aqualife. And obviously the project management part. I understand that we're talking about a concept forum, but we're talking about the concept forum to decide a building. And I just don't see that there's any need to have this conversation now, like this year, or even 2027. I'm not opposed to the idea of having a concept forum, but I just feel like the timing isn't great. The Chief Operations Officer earlier said for a report to come to December, we'd need to have the concept forum in the next couple of months. Noting the report is now potentially February, that's still a concept forum in the next 2 or 3 months. from my perspective, we've got all these items in the budget that we're trying to progress. We've got all these projects that we want to progress. I would like to see the things that we already have happening happen first. Obviously, I'm not aware of the planting schedule, but the planting hasn't started. I guess I'd like to see the planting begin. I'd like to see the paths begin. I don't want the officer working on the paths kind of be distracted. And I guess without knowing the planting schedule, I'm going to assume it's going to take several years to finish planting. And I think the Mayor referred to the fact it's unlikely to be fully grown for a decade. So whilst I understand we might not want to wait 15 years, I don't think we need to be having this concept forum in the next 6 months. Yeah, I want to finish the pathways. I want to begin planting. I want to focus on the really good projects that the town already has that are underway. I want to see some of these projects finished. I want to see the old buildings maintained before we start thinking about new buildings. I guess the other thing for me is that, like, I like the idea. I really like the idea, but nobody has asked me for this. And there are other projects that we had the community come and put notice of motions up at the annual meeting of electors for projects that they like, and it's hard for me to not support those and then support something that right now, to actually act on right now, that nobody's asked for. And so I guess I don't see the value in pursuing the project, even at concept forum level at this time. I'd be totally open to discussing the idea of it in a couple of years. I don't think that would delay anything substantially. I think in the same way that we don't want to potentially leave it too late, I also think we don't want a building when we've only got a few tube stocks in the ground. So happy to have the conversation in 2 years or 3 years, but I don't support having the conversation now. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Miles. Is there someone who wishes to speak in favour of the notice of motion? Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. I've gone back and forth on this one a bit, and whilst there are implications for resourcing and staff management that are obviously prevalent, we've heard them discussed at length, this would appear to be the period in time when you can make that determination and actually ensure you evaluate whether or not there is a suitable site on this particular piece. As was pointed to in Alison's remarks, they need to look at the roadways, what's currently there, how it would plug into that planned infrastructure. Waiting to do it in a couple of years' time based upon how that will then progress and how the planting will progress and begin to mature, it would be a bit imprudent to expect a future council to make that determination as opposed to looking at it presently, even if this potentially pushes things back by a month or two, or however long the actual time frame impact may be, because at least that way there will be a report to the effect of, well, actually we have looked at it, we know where we can and cannot potentially put something. So on that basis, I think this is timely, and I would probably be in favour of it being reviewed with the current framework that's laid out there in the amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Ingram. Someone who wishes to speak against? Councillor Cruiser.
I would rather not, but given how lovely this idea is, I feel like I do need to explain why I'm reluctant to support it. And I think, again, it comes down to that capital expenditures budget sheet that we've just had to look through, and having to look through just how many buildings we have in the town that need some love, how much planning work we need to do on existing plans, which all takes effort. So taking away resourcing to be able to work on a new plan at that stage, even if it's at the concept forum level, doesn't seem like it's back to basics for me. I love this. I want to see it happen at some stage, but I guess I would like to see it happen in a careful way, considered alongside our other projects that require not just maintenance but also planning work.
Thanks, Councillor Crozo. Anyone who wishes to speak in favour? Councillor Melrosa.
I haven't spoken at all tonight, so I thought I'd better say something. and I was in two minds on this, and I think everyone's been making really great points. But the planner in me says plan it now, because that's just what you do. And when we look around at all of our other public open spaces that the town has, we've somehow managed to build facilities for just about every public open space we have, mostly for sport uses, which frustrates me a little bit because I don't play sport and not everyone plays sport. But what we have managed to do is create a whole load of sport facilities that we now complain about how we can't update. And what that does is it alienates the people in the community who don't play sport. And we have a really big opportunity with our Jerderup bushland, which is really the only, one of the few Bankshire bushlands in this area. There's only maybe 3 others, and in Perth they're dwindling. So I think this has a really big environmental and educational opportunity, and we really should be pivoting and working out exactly what that means to our town and its people. And we really need to do that at the start of the project. So I think what we're considering now is just a concept forum. That's all it really is. There's some level of staff, I guess, requirements to pull that all together, but it's pretty low in terms of what I think. We see a lot of concept forums coming through here, so I think this is the time to do this. And we are not bound to any particular massive spend by doing it. So I think we should do that and find out what it is that's before us and what opportunities are before us. And that's why I'll be supporting it.
Thanks, Councillor Melrosa. Is there anyone else who wants to speak who hasn't spoke, or we'll go back to me to close the debate on this? I think it looks like we're going back to me to close the debate. All right, so I'll close the debate on this. To address the matters that have been raised, well, I've been asked by people for this facility. The Friends of Jerderup raised this, in fact, when we first started talking about the Kent Street Sandpit site, about whether or not it would be a place for a very small education type visitor centre where people would come to learn about the project and the like. So I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Miles, that no one's asked you for the project, but that doesn't mean that there isn't an opportunity for council.
Apology accepted.
That wasn't necessary, Deputy Mayor Miles, and don't say anything further, thank you. It certainly is the case that it is open to council at any time to consider whether or not there is a future for a project to be had. What I've heard a lot about is opposition on the basis that doesn't want to have a concept forum to decide a building now. The concept forum would not be deciding whether or not there would be a building now. Concept forum would not interfere with the building of the accessible pathways, except perhaps insofar as it might one day impact on where, would not prevent the planting going ahead. Indeed, it might be something that takes a number of years to be planned, and to do it, as I heard, carefully and in a considered way. But if we don't start that project at some stage, it'll never get started. And so the first thing we ought to do is consider whether we actually have the appetite to begin planning something. And the concept forum, I agree with Councillor Melrosa, we already have bucket loads of background on the Kent Street Sandpit site project. It's only a matter of bringing out some of the materials we've already presented over many years to councillors about this project and giving us an update on where things are currently at. I think that's perfectly within the purview of the town staff who are currently working on the project to tell us where it's up to. And as for the opportunity to talk about it further and what it might look like, until we have the conversation, we don't know what the next steps might be. But we are not planning for the 26-27 budget. It may be something that is planned to be delivered and developed in future years, and it can be considered at that stage. So yes, we have lots and lots of priorities to consider and to work out what they will look like, and each and every year council will have to determine those priorities. But every so often something comes along that actually says, this is not just about all the priorities we have, this is about whether or not we ought to be looking at putting something else into the mix that is worthwhile. And tonight, earlier, in our responses to the Electors motion, we actually passed a number of projects and initiatives and requests for the CEO to undertake things that are not on anybody's current radar, but they are now. And in those circumstances, we're going to have those things having impacts on staff resourcing going into the future budget as we work out what we can do and what we'll have to give up in order to do the resolutions that we just passed tonight. So I think in the circumstances, it does come down, Councillor Cruiser, to capital expenditure, but that capital expenditure is not something that's being proposed for either this current financial year or even next financial year. It's something we would have to explore as to whether or not we could fund it, assuming that we want it. So on that basis, I encourage everyone to support the revised wording of the notice of motion. And so I'll ask you all now, please, to cast your vote. So that is passed. Those in favour, myself, Mayor Vernon, Councillor Anderson, Councillor Ingram, Councillor Biondi, Councillor Minson, Councillor Melrosa, Councillor Gordon Manley and Councillor Cruiser. Those against, Deputy Mayor Miles. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your consideration for this matter. Item 17.2 is Councillor Ingram. You're wishing to move a notice of motion, so it's over to you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mayor Vernon. I have sent through a proposed amendment wording to the two arms of this, looking to try and make it clearer and provide a bit of clarity for everybody. I hope everyone's received that. I don't know. I might have actually missed out the chiefs by accident and who I sent that to, I'm afraid. So if you give me 1 second.
Sorry, I haven't had a chance to see this. Sorry.
Right.
Sometimes it gets a little bit hard when you're chairing the meeting to see things that have necessarily come through. Has this gone to governance?
Yeah, bring it up.
Well, that is it up on the screen at the moment, is it? No, oh, we're updating it now. So the updated wording, I think, is coming up for what it is that you're hoping to put forward.
Yes, I believe so. Yep, that's it. I attempted to underline for ease of reference. I've made a deletion at the back part of the first part and brought it into a hopefully clearer objective and intention than what it may have originally had. This is my first crack at drafting something to this effect, and in the effort of trying to make it lean and mean, I've probably peeled back a bit too much. So that's this is my attempt to rectify that.
All right, thank you. So Deputy Mayor Miles, I know you've got your hand up, but at this stage the motion's not on the table. Were you seeking some clarification about what's gone up on the screen? Because I don't know if you've had a chance to look at this.
I just had a question regarding the meeting procedures, notice of which previous motion has been given 3.5 days notice. I guess my understanding was that we would put up a notice of motion, it would get moved and seconded and then could be amended. I feel like this is fairly different because it introduces FOGO to the previous, so I feel like this is not the notice of motion that was given with 3.5 days notice. So I wanted your clarification around that.
Okay, so thank you for that. There had to be a question about the meeting procedures local law the one night when my hard copy is not sitting next to me. But my general understanding would be that what I did for mine was to move the motion that I had lodged and then obviously hearing the feedback sought to craft it somewhat differently, but not really doing away with the overall intent of the motion. My understanding though is a notice of motion, because it's up to the mover to actually move it to get onto the agenda, the mover of that motion can move the motion in the terms they consider appropriate. And so that can be slightly differently worded to what's lodged, so long as it's not completely different, meaning so long as it's not, I'm moving a motion for, building a building and now I've changed my mind and I'm moving a motion for us to have CCTV cameras. So it's completely different. You can't do that because then you will have actually overridden the intent of notice. So now we're at the stage where I'm not sure yet whether Councillor Ingram is proposing to move his original motion and then seek to change it, or whether what he's wanting to do is move this as the revised version of his motion, and therefore when he seeks to move it, that will be what he's moving. I'll probably ask him, because I think what he wants is to move this instead of what he lodged. Is that right?
Thank you very much, Mayor Vernon. Yes, it is. In the interest of trying to save everybody's evening, or what remains of it, I thought I'd try and preempt and jump forward a little bit.
Okay, I understand what you're tending to do, but I'm going to go to our Manager of Governance now to answer Deputy Miles's question about whether or not this is different to what notice has been given previously. So, Mr. Douglas.
So just having a look at Local Law 23 for the meeting procedures, I have the view similar to what Mayor Vernon expressed before, is that provided notice has been given and the notice of motion, the member may raise at a meeting such business they consider appropriate in the form of a motion of which notice has been given. So I think that I'm of the view that Councillor Ingram could amend that motion now and still be passed, but as long as it's in the same vein as the intention of the motion.
So on the basis of that advice, Deputy Mayor Miles, I would probably rule that what Councillor Ingram is proposing, whilst it may be different in where it's going to go and where it would land, it's not about a different topic. It is about a different pathway, perhaps to what he was planning with his original motion. And there looks like there's some change in timing that is being proposed that is extra wording. And so although that somewhat changes things, I don't think it changes it enough to mean that it contravenes that rule. So that would be my decision on that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So Councillor Ingram, what I now need you to do is to read your motion as it currently stands, the one you wish to put forward. Then I'll call on you to give a reason for it, and then I'll seek a seconder.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. So the motion as it stands with the changes made to it is Council directs the CEO to prepare estimated cost projections for a weekly general waste red bin collection in addition to the current weekly FOGO collection and present it to elected members for their attention at or ahead of Budget Workshop 4 rates modelling scheduled for the 11th of May 2026. And the second arm of this is prepare a feasibility assessment on the implications of introducing weekly general waste red bin collection in addition to the current weekly FOGO collection, with the corresponding report generated by this assessment to be returned to Council by the third quarter of 2026 or in alignment with the requested FOGO 12 monthly review per Council Resolution 35/2026. So that was purely added as an element to try and add timing. I originally had left that
All right,
out.
so sorry, Councillor
That's right.
Ingram. I just needed you to read out your motion so everyone could hear it, including those listening at home on live streaming. If you could now proceed to give us your reasons for putting up this notice of motion.
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. So my reasons for the original motion are captured in the amendment, and in the interest of saving everyone's time, I'll try and briefly skate over them. So the priority for this motion at its core is to seek information that would inform Council. So the first arm seeks to have a form of cost projection to quantify what a potential service uplift may look like across the town. And the second arm is to actually pursue having a feasibility assessment done to then deeper dive into the more complex aspects of other aspects that may be impacted, such as environment and social concerns. The amended variation, the reason for adding this, I have tweaked the first arm to add clarity, that it is the intention that it is a cost projection and that it is to be brought to the attention of elected members, as I inadvertently stumbled upon the linguistic term of consider, and I believe that may have added a degree of confusion with the town officer's report's response. as it is not something that I'm necessarily looking be decided upon for inclusion in this particular budgetary cycle, but rather quantified so that we're aware of what it would look like. And with regards to the added wording for the second arm, that is merely looking to lock in some form of time frame potentially with that feasibility assessment, but I leave that open to potential amendment or suggestion from other councillors or even members of staff. But unfortunately, what the response from the report was very nondescript with regards to if it was possible within a set time frame. So I didn't have much else to go with.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Ingram. So I'm now going to inquire, is there a seconder for this motion? We still don't have a seconder for the motion. It appears that there is no seconder. Sorry, there is? Councillor Cruiser, seconder for the motion. All right, Councillor Ingram, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vernon. And I just want to thank Councillor Cruiser as well for seconding. At its core, this motion is just looking for the collection of some information that we can, as council, have inform us. So the first arm is looking to have a cost projection built out similar to what I understand will likely be informing us throughout this current budgetary cycle, as we have an ongoing tender process that will require some de-identification of numbers and things to that degree in order to accurately give us a picture of what that next financial year looks like. So in a way, it's kind of capitalising on that and saying, well, can we also look at what the number would be if we were to do a service uplift? That was the intention. The intention was never to actually introduce it as a budgetary line item expenditure, but I thought that was probably best in and around included with the rates modelling exercises that we would likely do at that point in time. The second arm is looking at a feasibility assessment for obvious reasons. I am of the opinion that a increase in service levels across the town will cater to and potentially begin to open up the gamut of potential solutions that may be related to our waste management strategies in order to address particular weak points. And I just wanted to get the ball rolling with that. And in regards to potentially engaging more in a good open discussion with a substantive information base to go do so as members of council. So that's my rationale, that's my reasonings. I would like that. Well, I would like a lot of things in life. I'm hopeful that this will be supported by other members of council, as it is purely, or I've attempted to purely focus it upon requiring the administration to provide information to us and nothing further. But obviously I welcome the debate that's going to follow. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ingram. Councillor Cruiser is a seconder who wishes to speak to the item.
Have seconded it to get it on the table, but unfortunately I am in dissent for this given our very recent switch over to the new system.
Thanks, Councillor Cruiser. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favour? Anyone who wishes to speak against? Councillor Minson.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you, Councillor Ingram. I think I understand the intent. I do understand the intent, and I think it's all rational, and I think it's valid to kind of request that information. My particular issue is, I guess, with the second point in particular, that really I trust the town that as part of the 12-month FOGO review that they will identify if there is issues that need to be addressed, and then subsequently investigate the appropriate mechanisms to address them. I don't think it's appropriate, and I don't agree that we need to specify one particular solution to a problem that we haven't identified yet as appropriate at this stage. So I guess I don't support, I guess, preempting any type of issue with FOGO. I personally haven't seen anything that needs to be addressed. And I guess seconding Councillor Cruz's comments that I think we've made a strategic decision to roll out FOGO. I think it's progressing well. It's achieving the strategic objectives we've set, and it's important that we, continue and encourage the current service that we're delivering. So, I would be voting against this particular resolution. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Minson. I'd like to ask a question, the Chief Operations Officer, with regards to what is proposed in point 2, prepare a feasibility assessment on the implications of introducing a weekly general waste bin collection, with a corresponding report to come to Council by the third quarter of 2026. Or in alignment with the 12-month review of FOGO, which I think is probably also coming up in the third, fourth quarter of this year. What are you able to say to us with regards to resourcing implications for being able to do this? Ms Labicus?
Thank you, Mayor Vernon. I was actually just trying to sketch out here the, I guess, the flow as well in terms of those time frames. So, projections in May for a budget adoption in August, and advertising and all of that for when we haven't established the feasibility of it.
No, sorry, I think you misunderstand me. I think Councillor Ingram's motion at the moment is prepare some cost projections to go to at or ahead of budget workshop number 4 in May, but then he's looking for a feasibility assessment on introducing a weekly general waste bin collection in addition to the current one, and the report about that feasibility assessment is to come back to Council by the third quarter of this year. So it's just a feasibility assessment. Is that something that, because the third quarter of this year is basically going to be July, August, September, in that time frame, is that something that the town has resources to do the feasibility assessment and bring back a report by the third quarter of this year?
My feeling is no, simply because we would be transitioning to a new contract. At that stage, we would be receiving from the successful proponent a servicing plan, and it wouldn't be until we understood that we would actually be able to answer the question of feasibility, because that comes down to capacity and it comes down to some of those other things as well.
All right, thank you for answering that. Obviously, elected members can ask any questions that they have. So we've had a speaker against. Is there any speaker, any other speaker who wants to speak for? Anyone who wants to speak against? Anyone left who wishes to speak at all? Look, I'm probably going to speak. I'm going to speak against ultimately Councillor Ingram, whilst I have no difficulties with the concept of elected members being informed of what the likely cost of a weekly general waste red bin collection would be as an addition to our current waste collection. I'm not sure that I can understand why in point 1 of your motion that would now be tied to a budget workshop on rates modelling, given that those cost projections would be part of the operational budget of the town, and therefore the operational budget of the town needs to be discussed before we discuss what the rates modelling would be. So I'm not seeing how the cost projections would be related to rates modelling if there's no intention by you to introduce this in the 26-27 budget, which you've now said that there isn't. And as for a feasibility assessment on the implications of introducing it, I take and endorse Councillor Cruz's point. We're barely even 6 months into a FOGO service now. That is an endorsed position of council. We will be considering how the FOGO has gone in the first 12 months. I'd consider it counterproductive to both the outcomes of FOGO and also the outcomes of a significant waste management change behaviour we've asked our community to engage in, to be sending them a message that we're examining the feasibility of introducing a weekly general waste bin collection when we have a resolution of council of long-standing nature going back many years to say that we would introduce FOGO, and in doing so we would reduce the red waste bin collection frequency in order to deliver the FOGO. So at this point, I would have thought any feasibility assessment on introducing a weekly general waste red bin collection should be something that happens after we have looked at FOGO, after it's 12 months, and taking up Councillor Minson's points, after we've worked out how that has gone in our community and if there are any issues that we need to address and how we might address them. So for those reasons, I'm not going to be in a position to support this as it currently stands. Is there any other elected member who hasn't spoken who wishes to speak for or against this item? If there isn't, then I'm looking at going back to you, Councillor Ingram, to close the debate. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Vernon. So just on the part two, the reason for looking to align it with the FOGO 12-month review was not meant to be some sort of criticism against FOGO, far from it. It was purely looking for something that was already feeding back to council as a piece of information that would be made available to us. My understanding with both the Strategic Waste Management Review that has now been delayed on 2 separate occasions, and the tender process and the FOGO review that is to come up at the 12-month mark, those are going to look at discrete areas, whereas this was asking, or what I was hoping it was asking, was for a scope increase in the level of service across the town and whether or not that was feasible. So I thought it would fit in as a separate piece of consideration, and I sought to broaden it purely on the basis that as the officers are probably already working and touching on much of the information that would inform that potential feasibility report, I thought there was some degree of, I don't know, perhaps pragmatic alignment of being able to populate that over time in parallel. But that may not be the case, and if it is, I stand corrected. That's understandable. I am more than happy for that second arm, given the amount of resistance to it, to be removed and deleted, and perhaps looked at only looking at the first arm of this motion, if that is more amenable to members of council. But I obviously leave that in your discretion as chair.
Well, Councillor Ingram, thank you for offering to leave it in my discretion as chair, but you can't. It's your motion. We've actually just closed debate, so I can't do anything with your motion, and frankly, neither can you, other than withdraw it and not put it to the vote. So if you wanted to change it, the time to have done so would have been before you closed the debate on it. So it's now ready to be put to elected members for voting. So that's all I can do with it at this point in time. So if elected members can now cast their vote, please, on the notice of motion. Still not working. Cast my vote against, please. Councillor Ingram, how do you wish to cast your vote? Your vote hasn't come up on the electronic system.
It is for.
It is for your own notice of motion. See, I was right in assuming how you might vote on your own motion.
Don't steal my thunder, though.
All right, thank you. That is lost. Those who are against, myself, Mayor Vernon, Councillor Anderson, Deputy Mayor Miles, Councillor Biondi, Councillor Minson, Councillor Melrosa, Councillor Gordon-Manley and Councillor Cruiser. Those in favour, Councillor Ingram. So thank you. Thanks, Councillor Ingram. Appreciate elected members bringing this to everyone's attention. For the benefit of elected members, I feel sufficiently deflated that I will simply withdraw 17.3. Forget about that. Item 18 on the agenda is questions from members without notice. Are there any questions from members without notice? No questions. Item 19, new business of an urgent nature introduced by decision of the meeting. There's none. Item 20, public question time, which I open at 11:13 and close at 11:13 p.m, there being no members of the public in the public gallery. Item 21 is public statement time, which I open at 11:13 p.m. and close at 11:13, there being no members of the public in the gallery. Item 22 is meeting closed to the public. There are no matters for which the meeting needs to be closed to the public. And at 11:14 p.m, I declare the meeting closed. There being no further business of this council. Thank you, everyone, and good evening.
Thank you.